Hello, am I muted still? Am I muted? Oh wait, hold on. Okay, there I am on the left, upper left corner of the screen. I think I'm streaming. You know, you can never really tell with these things. I don't trust YouTube. So let me just double check that everything is going well and that I can just get right into the stuff I need to get to because we have a lot to get to. That is for sure. I can't waste much time. Okay. Checking. Great. All right. Hopefully people join. If not, if you watch this after the fact, that's fine with me. Okay. But we're gonna get right in. I'm gonna get right into it because I'm excited about doing this with the stream with the 40-year sim. So, and I feel like maybe I have to do something with these streams, whether turn them into videos or something like that down the road. I don't know. For now, I'm just having a good time. That's all I'm doing right now, is just having a good time streaming 90s NBA via NBA 2K. You know what I mean? So, but here's what's going down in this particular stream. We got the 93 playoffs and the draft, and I've been thinking about this. I think I'm going to do it. If the Bulls win the championship, Michael Jordan will retire in this sim. He didn't retire in my previous sim, so I already know what it looks like when MJ doesn't retire, right? And we already know what it looks like when he does retire in real life. But I'd be kind of fun to recreate that to a degree. You know, try to do it in a nutty sports gamer way. You know, try to be as realistic as possible, but also respecting what we've done so far. So yeah, I am excited to be doing that. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. And hold on a second, just double checking. Everything looks good. Okay, great. All right, so yeah, let's get right into it. Without further ado, now it's interesting here. Before we get into the playoffs, which we're about to do, all right. Um, so we got the Bulls at 60 and 22, the Knicks at the 2 seed. This is pretty much settled, right? The 3 seed settled. The 4-5 seed, not necessarily settled. Okay, so that's at stake. Although I guess it's more a matter of who's going to be the home team in the first game or so. In the you know what I mean? It's like the stakes aren't that high for that seeding race. However, we got this. All right, so I think so the Nets are in, but the Celtics, Hawks, and I believe the Cavaliers are still in the playoff race. Let's see if we get a clearer picture of that here. Um, yeah, I don't know if it's actually we can't really tell for sure. Obviously, the Pacers and everyone below that are out. Pacers, Magic, Heat, Bullets, Bucks. But the Celtics, Hawks, and Cavaliers, I would think, are still in it. Because Celtics haven't they don't have an X next to their name yet. So maybe they own a tiebreaker against one of these teams, but I don't know which one it is. So we're just gonna see how that plays out. We're just gonna sim through it because I don't want to waste time trying to actually watch the last day of the season. Looks like the West is pretty settled. Seeding wise, yeah, the Lakers pretty much have the 1 seed on lockdown. 2 seed is locked up. 3 seeds locked up. Maybe the 4 and 5 seed, but again, it's not this. It's not that interesting. 6, 7 seeds maybe are in play. 8 seeds pretty much locked in, or it is locked in. I don't need to say pretty much. It is locked in, and that's pretty cool. We'll get into what these teams look like right now, um, but let's go ahead and see what happens. So we get the Cavs versus the Rockets. All right, let's just sim through the game. Cavs win. Now, what does this mean? Where are they at now in the standings? Cavs have the 8 spot. Okay, so all right, so the Cavs bump up to the 8 spot, but that might not stick. So I guess that means that the Hawks have the tiebreaker. All right, so what are the Knicks gonna beat the Celtics? Let's see what happens there. The Knicks will beat the Celtics. All right. Hornets beat the Pacers. Here's a big one: Hawks versus Pistons. Hawks lose. Hawks lose. Nuggets versus Suns. Suns win. This one doesn't really matter. Jazz versus Spurs. I mean, I guess the draft lottery is important. Oh yeah, lottery odds. That's somewhere around here, right? Lottery odds. Yeah, let's look at this. Let's see. Doesn't look like. Um, yeah. Why would the Warriors have the second most odds? I guess I don't know. But I guess yeah, I mean I don't know. It's not that important though. All right. Going back. So the Jazz beat the Spurs. Kings lose to the Sonics. Clippers beat the Warriors. Okay, so let's get into MVP. Is Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is the MVP of the league. He averaged 36 points per game, almost 7 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 2.5 steals, and about a block per game. Look, his field goal percentage, free throws, outstanding. Yeah, obviously more than deserves getting the MVP. There, Alonzo Mourning is Rookie of the Year, no surprise there. Bernard King, sixth Man of the Year. I wonder if he's going to retire. Oh, he does not want to re-sign with the Warriors, regardless if he's retiring or not. I guess he's not retiring though. David Robinson, Defensive Player of the Year. It had some great numbers too. Dino Raja, Most Improved Player. Mike Dunleavy, Lakers Coach of the Year. And the executive for the Bulls is the executive for the year. So that's that. Checking out the all-team selections, you got Michael, you got Magic, Charles Barkley, James Worthy, and David Robinson all on the first team. Second team is Kevin Johnson, Tim Hardaway, Scottie Pippen, Shawn Kemp, and Patrick Ewing. Then you got John Stockton, Clyde Drexler, Karl Malone, Danny Manning, and Hakeem Olajuwon on the third team. This will be the defensive teams: Jordan, Stockton, Rodman, Kemp, and Robinson. Reggie Lewis, Clyde Drexler, Larry Nance, Scottie Pippen, Hakeem Olajuwon on the second defensive team. Rookies, you got Latrell Sprewell, Malik Sealy, Shaq, Christian Laettner, and Alonzo Mourning. Second team, Jim Jackson, Sean Rooks, Doug Christie, Harold Miner, and LaFonso Ellis. I don't want to look at that yet. Let's go right to standings. So, okay, Bulls are 1 seed. Got the Knicks, the Hornets, the Pistons locking down that 4 seed. Sixers with the 5 seed, and you got the Nets, the Cavaliers with the 7 seed, thanks to their win against the Rockets the last day of the season, and the Celtics with the AC barely hung on there. If the Hawks would have won their game, the Celtics would have been out of the playoffs altogether. So they're barely just in. You got the Hawks, Magic, Pacers, Heat, who missed out by a couple of games. Then you got the Bullets and Bucks trying to get that number one pick of the draft. We'll see if they can get that, or if any of these teams up down here can bounce them off, or somebody in the West. Check out the West. So the Lakers ended up with the best record of the league, 62-20. Jazz 61-21. Got the Blazers at 57 wins. The Sonics once again 53-29, a 4 seed this time. Last season they were the 5 seed and won it all. So we never know with the Sonics. They could do that again. Then you got the Spurs Suns with the 6th seed, Clippers and Kings. The Kings. We'll get into the Kings because I was a fun surprise seeing them. Although they lost 5 games in a row to end things. Fun surprise though to see them in the playoffs after where they were at last year. Rockets, Nuggets, here. Warriors were bad. Timberwolves, Mavericks, really bad. Who's going to get Penny Hardaway? Who's going to get Chris Webber? We're going to find out after all these playoffs are done. But yeah, it's going to be fun to see how that unfolds. Yeah, let's look at the seedings, the games. So you got the Bulls versus the Celtics. You got Pistons versus 76ers. Bulls versus Celtics. You got MJ and Pippen, of course, versus Larry Bird and Reggie Lewis. You got Latrell Sprewell, Isaiah Thomas, and Dennis Rodman versus James Worthy and Hersey Hawkins of the 76ers. Down here, you got the Larry Johnson, the Hornets, versus Derek Coleman, Drazen Petrovic, and Kenny Anderson of the Nets. And then you got Patrick Ewing and the New York Knicks versus Mark Price, Larry Nance, and the Cavaliers. That's the East. Over on the West, um, you got, uh, sorry, Magic Johnson and Charles Barkley on the Lakers, and you got Shaq on the Kings. Rookie Shaq is going to be facing the Lakers in his first ever playoffs in the Sim. Sonics versus Spurs. You get Sean Kemp and Gary Payton versus David Robinson and company, and then Blazers with Clyde Drexler and Terry Porter versus the Suns team that doesn't have Charles Barkley. They have Kevin Johnson, Dan Marley, and Jeff Hornacek though. And then down here, the Jazz versus the Clippers. The Clippers with Ron Harper, Mark Jackson, Danny Manning versus the Jazz team, of course, with Stockton Malone. So some pretty good matchups here. And, it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. Can Barkley and Magic make a run to the finals? Can we assume that the Bulls will make it to the finals too? I guess we can't assume so. But I'm also hoping they do because if the Bulls win the finals, like I said, I'm going to retire Jordan. If they win it all. Because that would have been 3 finals in 3 years, 2 championships in 3 years. Not quite the same as real life, but I think it's close enough that we can recreate what actually happened in real life, which is Jordan retiring after the '93 season. I think it'd be a lot of fun to recreate that and see what the league would look like. But let's go into let's see if we need to tighten some of these rotations before we get into the playoffs. Johnny Dawkins, R.C. Hawkins, James Worthy, Armin Gilliam, and Roy Tarpley is the starting 5. Tarpley, let's see, numbers not too bad. Gilliam is all right. Oh no, Gilliam had kind of mediocre numbers. Dawkins, yeah, not too great. Compare that to Steve Kerr, who, better 3-point shooter and stuff. Ron Anderson. So this is interesting because the sim itself. Oh, Eldon Campbell. I feel like Eldon Campbell has to get minutes with this crew. Right. Yeah, he's pretty good. You got Tracy Murray. Never really hit it off. If anything, I would bench depth 10. Oh, Shackleford. Interesting. Shackleford? Huh. Okay. Let's see what happens if we rebuild this rotation. Tarpley with 22. Worthy, Hawkins. So nothing much changes. Except Shackleford gets minutes and not Eldon Campbell, which I don't know. I don't really know why that would happen, but I don't know. Let's try it though. Let's see what happens if we do this. Yeah. I feel like you'd want Worthy to get more minutes than 33, and Hawkins. How did Peeler do? Hold on a second. How did Anthony Peeler do? Not too bad. Shooting wise, overall. He's not much of a three-point shooter, but yeah. Tracy Murray, though, I am kind of wondering if we like he's been struggling pretty bad. Um, let's see, we got Ron Anderson, you got Peeler, you got Kerr, you got Gilliam. Like they would need if they were to have an 8-man rotation or a 9-man rotation. Peeler is not really. They don't really have anybody. I guess Ron Anderson could kind of be a small forward, although. Yeah, I don't know. Because I'm thinking like I feel like Tracy Murray has to get out of the rotation. He's not. Is he providing much positivity here? Yeah, he's kind of a negative. Shackleford, we don't really know much about. Hasn't really played much. Anthony Peeler has been okay. Steve Kerr, 0-0. Ron Anderson, 0-0. It's really, yeah, it's Tracy Murray who we have to worry about. So, I say, no, we don't want to do this. Let's do this. Let's bump this here. And then, I mean, if Anderson's outperforming Gilliam, which I don't know if that's true. Let's see. No, I wouldn't. I don't want to mess them up too much. I don't want to like overdo it. But I just think putting Murray on the bench because he's struggling is the right move. So, and then I guess it makes sense. The Shackleford has experience in the playoffs. We still don't want that though. Why are we doing that? I don't want that. I don't want Murray in here. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. I want this, but I don't want Murray in the rotation. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because now James Worthy gets 39 minutes. Gilliam at small forward. Ron Anderson. That's interesting. I feel like we should give Anthony Peeler less minutes. All right, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it does kind of matter. There we go. That's not bad. I think I like that. All right. I'm cool with that. That's the Sixers rotation. I'm not trying to spend too much time on this. I apologize. It's just I want to make sure these look good. Buechler, ooh, he kind of struggled at the end there. Well, Purdue, yikes. I feel like we'd want to really minimize the bench minutes. Really, really minimize them. Like, really fucking minimize them. Because here's the thing. We want the Bulls to win because I want to play out the MJ retirement thing. I do think that you need two bigs. Although Terry Davis between Terry Davis, Cartwright, and Horace Grant, can they get by? Right? If we cap it at John Paxson, I just feel like Purdue. Let's see what it is. 1.7. Buechler. 0.7. Compare that to like B.J. Armstrong. Yeah. Jordan. Pippen. Horace Grant. Even Horace Grant's numbers have balanced out okay. Bill Cartwright, not great, but he's the starting center. What are you going to do? Kukoc, not bad. And then Terry Davis, 2.5. John Paxson, 1.5. It just feels like Buechler and Purdue aren't quite. I mean, I guess we don't have to tighten it yet. I think what we should do is let them play the Celtics. right? And if they struggle with the Celtics, we'll definitely should tighten things up a little bit rotation wise. So that's one I want to see play out a little bit before I figure out what to do with their rotation, because I definitely do think it needs to be tightened a bit to either an 8-man or a 9-man rotation. But we'll come back to them. The Cavaliers. Let's see. Battle. He's been struggling. Danny Ferry, I'm sure, has been struggling. We might just go to an 8-man rotation here. Pretty straightforward, actually. Let's do that. And then 34 minutes, 36. Yeah, sure. Although why would... No, that's not what I wanted to do. You guys are idiots. 2K, you're dumb. Why would we do that? I feel like Sally's the better player. Let's just do this. I don't want that to happen. That's kind of... Well, I don't know. That's interesting. Having Mark Price... no, I don't like that at all. Mark Price should be out there for crunch time. Let's fix that. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, we're going to keep it tight for the Cavaliers. Celtics... Their bench is pretty terrible. Klein did okay. Douglas. Let's see what happens if we do what? Pinckney. You know, he's okay. Rick Fox sucks though. He's been sucking so far. Sorry, little burp there. Little burpy. Okay, Steve Rogers. What? Why do we do that? Dude, this game. This game has been very frustrating. Very frustrating. Why would you have 3 point guards now? Very frustrating game. Why would you just fucking bench D Brown? That doesn't make any sense. The fuck? Alright, that doesn't make any sense to me. You know what? Let's make it an 8-man rotation. And then we want to swap. No. Oh my god. Okay. You know, it's like, oh no, I don't want to do that. It's like okay, I know what to do. Okay, let's bring it back to 9. All right, let's remove Rogers. That doesn't make any sense at all. All right. Oops, no, let's not do that. Shit. They're fucking with me. All right, no, let's do this. Boom. 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 What? 32 minutes is insane. To a guy who's barely seen the court. That's crazy. What are we doing? Klein. Like, Reggie Lewis it's way more minutes. Okay, let's see what this looks like. If we do it like this. Rogers, Klein, 17 minutes. Pinckney, 13, 20, 20, 30, 35 for Bird. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is looking better. Okay. We'll do that for the Celtics. Clippers. Mark Jackson, Roberts. Let's see, who's going to be... Actually, their backups are pretty good. I think the 9-man rotation... I mean, they need a backup point out there. Bowie, meh. Alright, I think this rotation's fine. Okay, sure. It's fine, it's whatever. The Hawks are not even in the playoffs. Let's not worry about them. The Hornets... I feel like they have a good bench. I feel like I don't really want to do anything here. They got a good bench. Maybe the best bench in the league. Although the Jazz would have something to say about that. Okay. Yeah. They were good with their bench, 10-man rotation. The Jazz probably have a way better bench than they do. Yeah, this team is fire. This team is pretty crazy. Benoit, do we want Benoit out there? I think we can tighten this to a 9-man rotation. Let's do that. Okay. Malone, Humphreys. No, I don't know if I want that. Let's not do that. Let's do this. Okay. Malone, 42. Stockton, 34. We'll see how it goes. All right, that's the Jazz. The Kings have probably the worst bench in the league. All right. Let's see. I don't really think. Yeah, Richmond can't really double as a point guard. Hobson. Yeah, they don't really have like if you. All right, let's do this. So we also. Whoops. Coswell. Ended up okay actually. 9-man rotation. I will do that. And then. No, we don't want to do that. You nuts? Are you fucking nuts? Come on. Randy Brown. I want to like limit Randy Brown. I feel like Mookie Black needs way more minutes. We're gonna try to minimize Randy Brown. 38 there. Maybe like. I'm gonna give like Blaylock like 40 minutes. How about that? Okay. Shaq, I'd probably give more minutes ordinarily, but he's a rookie. We'll just let him. We'll just let this be what it is. The Knicks have a pretty good bench, actually. Keefe, did he do better? No. Yikes. Mason, solid. What's with the Grants? The Grants suck. Yeah, we want Greg Anthony. I thought I had replaced Greg Anthony. Greg Anthony. Other than Keefe with 16 minutes could be a problem, actually. Blackman. I don't like it. We gotta get Keefe out of there. Let's do a 9-man rotation. And let's swap Mason with Keefe. Keefe can't be taking. He can't see the court. He sucks. All right, we'll do that. And I feel like we want Starks to finish out the. Okay, that's fine. All right, that's the Knicks. Lakers. Bench isn't too bad, I don't think. Moore's been solid. Teagle's been solid. Okay, they already have a 9-man rotation, so let's just kind of. Whoa. Magic Johnson playing a power forward a couple times. But, he's the kind of player who actually probably could pull that off, so we'll just let that happen. The Nets, Dudley is a dud. Yeah, I can see that. Alright, let's do that. Get Dudley out of there. Oh, that's interesting. Rafael Addison starter? Whatever, let's just see. The Nets probably won't do much damage at all, so fine. Not going to lose any sleep over whatever happens to them. Pacers, Pistons, yes. Aguirre actually ended the season okay compared to where he used to be. Bedford, sure. Walker. Yeah, the bench is okay. Yeah, I'm fine with this. All right. Rockets are out. Spurs are in. Willie Anderson ended up decent. Very emphasis on decent. Not much better than that though. Avery Johnson, it's okay. Steve. They actually don't have a bad rotation. Let's just keep them that way. Let's just keep it that way. Okay. Suns. I feel like they have a good bench, right? Tim Perry, Del Negro. I know Knight sucks, right? Let's do a 9-man rotation. I think Del Negro could double as a point guard. He's gonna have to anyway, because whoops. Knight sucks. Yeah, okay. I have thoughts about the Suns' future, but I'll keep them to myself for now, but this is fine. Okay, Sonics. We're getting through this, folks. Eaton, blah. Roberts, fine. McMillan, yikes. Let's do a 9-man rotation. Kind of get Eaton out of there because he isn't doing too well. Yeah, this is gonna have to do. We'll see how it goes. Looks kind of weird, but all right. And then I feel like the Blazers have a really strong bench, even though Danny Ainge has been not too great. But we're just gonna kind of let this be. All right. Anything else? No, that's it. All right. We'll see how it goes. I know the Bulls. I need to tighten them, but I want to see how things play out first. Is anyone here yet? No. Okay, great. Fuck it. Fuck it. All right. Whatever. It's fine. All right, let's move on. We're going to watch some games if they're close and interesting and stuff like that. How long have I been streaming so far? Okay, already a half hour into it. Let's jump. Oh, you know what? Fuck. It's too loud. That's okay. I can fix it here, can I? Forgot about that. Too loud for me. Hearing all my headphones and shit. I can't. I love Kevin Harlan and stuff, but I can't hear that when I'm trying to fucking do this thing. All right, Hornets versus Nets though. Fun Eastern Conference.
Well, you know, for me, when you can convert
matchup. Let's check it out.
I think that's
in the playoffs.
Your offense is really in a healthy state.
You also can't ignore the good job they've done rebounding on the offensive end tonight. That hustle has been well.
We got New Jersey up by 4 in Charlotte. Charlotte's first ever playoff appearance in franchise history. So that's fun.
And so he makes both from the line.
Boy, unique is what Coleman is. Derek Coleman, a big man who can really shoot it, can play inside. He is a real matchup problem for the defense.
Now here's Jackson. Johnson outside. Reed with the screen on Anderson. 5 on the clock.
To Reed. Nice basket.
They'll feed off that energy.
And it's Anderson with the ball for the Nets. It's a 3-point game. It's to Webb over Bowles. Webb can't hit.
They can't expect him to miss that shot consistently.
Johnson surveying the floor.
Johnson with the basket. Easy layup.
All right, Johnson. The young player proving he's up to the task.
Out to the right wing. Here's Webb. And he takes that.
Ooh, what a dunk by Spud Webb.
Sheer tenacity for Webb on the play, refusing to let his team down.
Pass to Gill. Now here's Johnson. Tight defense on him.
New Jersey foul. Derek Coleman. 5th personal foul. 3rd team foul. At the line for your Hornets, Larry Johnson. Taking 2 shots.
Shooting 2.
And that one falls for Johnson.
And the young forward Johnson continues to prove how bright his future is. Such a dynamic scorer.
So he gets them both.
All right, 103-102. 2 minutes left to go in this game.
Because they believe in his ability to hit clutch shots.
Here's Kenny Anderson. Haven't really seen much of him during the regular season.
2 minutes remaining.
On the wing.
Not bad.
Strikes off the right iron and down. Anderson's got 11.
Off the
in
dribble.
second half.
105, 102.
Gill against Webb. They swipe it.
Steal by the Nets.
Fast break. Here we go.
Spud Webb and Kenny Anderson out there is interesting.
Foul on the shot. He'll shoot two. Takes the free throw line.
Second personal foul. At the line for two.
See what Spud Webb does at the free throw line. Yeah, Spud Webb was part of a trade that happened before the deadline, where Spud Webb got sent to the Nets, and Mookie Blaylock is now on the Sacramento Kings. And Mookie Blaylock was a big part of why the Kings made the playoffs.
He more than makes up for with heart and determination.
And so both free throws are good.
5-point game. Nets can steal game one, possibly. Remember, this is a 5-game series. So winning game one is a much bigger deal in a 5-game series. Kendall Gill, though, nice switching his hands and making the layup.
Kendall Gill steps up big time and got the needed points.
Out to the wing.
Coleman against Larry Johnson.
Johnson. Rebound.
Basket can't fall.
Johnson's got rebound number 17, if you can believe that. Here's
Jackson to Gill. Layup's good. And it's a 1-point game with a minute left in the fourth quarter.
Jersey's got 3.5 inside. Here's Coleman.
Coleman,
Some
no good.
from Johnson. Charlotte's gone 36 tonight when they played 5 from downtown.
Kendall Gill loses the ball. Big turnover there. 22 points for Kendall Gill in this game. Funny franchise record for points in a playoff game, but this is because it's their first playoff game as a franchise.
Now, Mike, this might be the turning point.
A massive possession here.
Pass to Coleman.
I wouldn't give it to... Oh, there we go. Never mind. I was going to say, I wouldn't give it to Coleman. He's been missing a lot, but he dunks the ball there.
Shy away from big moments.
The Hornets call time. What do you think
31
coach's
seconds
focus is
left.
gonna be here?
There's enough time on the clock, I think, to go 2 for 1 here.
And I think, probably what coach wants to see is a good shot. It's important they convert here.
Pass to Gill. 26 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
Missed shot there. Yikes.
They'll take that kind of look every time down the floor. Hopefully with a different result next time.
Spud Webb at the free throw line.
Time drops, and that gives them a 4-point cushion.
Looking like the Nets will be good to win this one, barring any surprises here.
Both free throws here. So now it's a
But you got to remember, this
Charlotte
Charlotte Hornets team is pretty young, inexperienced, not only as a franchise, but these players don't have much playoff experience, so
And then defensively, they'll have
it
to
could be
foul
a
whoever gets the
bumpy
ball. No time left
first
to be
round
picky.
for them. We'll see if they can get it together at some point. They got to hurry up.
Gill against Webb. Here's Gill. In front.
All right.
What a beautiful shot to bring him to within 3.
Shots just keep coming Gill's way. He's letting the game come to him, and it's really good.
Spud Webb once again at the free throw line.
He drops the first one, and that gives them a 4-point cushion.
It's fun to have Spud Webb and Muggsy Bogues facing each other. We got a miss, though. Now, this matters more if they take a three quickly.
Trail by 4. And let's get your take, guys. What's the strategy?
Score quick, foul. Then you have to hope for some missed free throws.
A little bit of luck has to be on their side if they ought to come back. It won't be easy.
And the wide open shot. And
Whoa! Hold on. This game is not over. Holy smokes. What's that? Their center making the three? J.R. Reed?
this free throw is good, and that will put them up by 2. And so he drops
All
it.
right.
It's a 3-point
They have a
game.
timeout left, don't they?
Delivering big time at the line.
All right.
They're now up 3 with not much time left on the clock. What a performance.
Ooh, that's it. That's it. I think. I thought they had at least one more timeout left. This is probably it, though. Yeah, there's no way to come back from this.
So he gets
All right, this is over. That was interesting, though, at the very end. J.R. Reed, not known for being a three-point shooter, with a surprise 3 at the end there. And, yeah. 116, 111. And check out the score. 24 points for Kendall Gill. 20 and 18 for Larry Johnson. 20 points for J.R. Reed. 22 for Derek Coleman. 19 for Spud Webb. And, yeah. All right, let's move on. So that's already we have a surprise. Let's check out now Pistons versus 76ers. See what this gets us. And it looks like the Sixers potentially running away with it in game 1 on the road. 113-88. Joe Dumars for 29, 36 and 11 and 7 for James Worthy, 27 and 7 for Hersey Hawkins. So that is a 1-0 series lead for the Sixers. Checking out Blazers versus the Suns. How is this going to shake out? Blazers had an early lead. Suns got back into it. This could be a close one down the stretch. Let's check out the final 3 minutes, shall we? Blazers, Suns.
and it's tied up with that one.
A dominating presence around the hoop. Buck Williams is a key cog on this team.
And they now lead as the free throw drops for him.
So yeah, this is a Phoenix Suns team that does not have Barkley. Barkley is on the Lakers, and they're a 1 seed. So
Here's Johnson.
we'll see how the Phoenix Suns can fare without Barkley.
Charity stripe shot.
KJ missing. Rebound, Buck Williams.
Number 5 here tonight. Drexler kicks the footer. Pass to Kersey. Now Duckworth.
Kersey to Duckworth. In the post, getting mobbed.
Fourth there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball.
Jump ball. Oh, the Suns get it. Effectively a turnover there. And here's Hornacek in the fast break getting fouled.
So he'll be shooting free throws here.
Ooh, Hornacek missing the free throw. That's not like him.
They have consistently gotten to the line. Clearly a point of emphasis from the coaches.
Tie game.
Straight away from this game.
2:20 left to go.
Ferocious inside, really taking advantage of
Porter with the ball.
Now here's Porter. Here's Drexler. It's hauled in by the Suns. Ellison's got rebound number 13 of that match. That's the Chambers. The wing one, covered by Christian. Gets it out for Hornacek. 4 on the shot clock.
Hornacek misses the 3. Rebound, Blazers.
He really affected the shot. Was in great position. Textbook defense.
Here is Christian. There's a screen by Porter. Kersey against Marley. Kersey passes to Porter. Over Johnson. No good.
The miss, the rebound, Phoenix.
Well, Phoenix shooting fairly well in the fourth, around 48%. Williams against Chambers. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touch by Williams. .106 left to play here in the fourth. Chambers against Williams.
Boy, good job that time by Williams.
Chambers with the miss. Here come the Blazers. 52 seconds left to go. Clyde Drexler with the basket, giving the Blazers a 2-point lead.
Under pressure.
The Suns call time. And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
The guys over the last break and listen to Phoenix's coach talk to the team. Coach was really hyping up his guys. He told them, this is what it's all about, fellas. You're in this spot for a reason. Go out and take this win. See if they can follow for some crunch. Guys,
Thanks, David. Now here's Johnson. It falls.
Nice shot by Kevin Johnson, tying the game.
Winning time. KJ stepping up. What a monster bucket.
Timeout, Blazers. Seconds left in the fourth quarter.
Here comes Drexler with the basket. It falls.
Stepping up in these big spots because he knows his teammates are counting
Now
on him
Phoenix with a
inside.
timeout.
Suns call time. Thoughts on what coach wants to do here?
A chance to tie it up right here.
They know what's at stake here, and so does their coach. They need a solid play to knock this one up.
Timeout, timeout.
26 seconds left in the
Gotta
game.
hate that.
The Suns call time. What do you think we're going to see here?
A chance to tie it up right here.
They know what's at stake here, and so does their coach. They need a solid play to knock this one up.
26 seconds left in the fourth quarter. To the inside.
Oh, the steal.
So they choose to intentionally foul.
Johnson with the bad pass. Buck Williams with the steal.
Let the other team drain the clock when it's close like this.
He hits the first one, and that makes it a 3-point lead. And he is unable to
Missed
get the
free
second
throw.
I think they'll be looking to tie it up
Phoenix
with
still with a
big
chance.
three-pointer here.
And the defense knows it, so their focus will be on the perimeter as well.
Chambers with
I don't know what the.
straight-on
Oh, here you go. Hornacek. Oh, he stepped out of bounds.
You cannot afford mistakes like that, especially in a tight game.
That is devastating for the Suns.
And they stop the clock. And as soon as they can, they'll be intentional foul.
Foul was thrown the opposite to stop the clock. However, this is not a guy that you want at the line.
Yeah, he did what he had to do. You can't just hope the ball gets past the weaker shooter.
So he goes 2 for
All right, this game is over. What? Dumas with 23 points. Purvis Ellison 21 and 13. Hornacek with 18 points, 14 and 32 for Kevin Johnson, 2 steals. But yeah, the starters, other than, I mean, Ellison had 21. What is it? Yeah, I don't know. But I guess it's not that bad. Yeah, I don't know. Suns lose. I mean, you would expect that. They are the worst team, but they had a chance there. So let's see what happens to the Sonics versus the Spurs. Now remember, the Sonics made it all the way to the champ. They won the championship last season in the Sim. And it looks like they will take a 1-0 series lead here against the Spurs. Checking out Knicks versus Cavaliers. See how this plays out. The Knicks are strong all year. Nearly won 60 games. They are getting a bit of a test by the Cavaliers. All right, let's see what happens.
A minute 50 left in the fourth quarter. Rivers against Price. Pass to Nance. Six on the shot clock. Cleveland needs to get a shot off here.
Good defense there by the Knicks. Minute 22 left to go. Look at this. Oh, Ewing's not out there. That could be bad for the Knicks. Ewing might be fouled out. Nice defense. Elo for 3. No. Anthony Mason to Starks for 3. It is good, 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 good. No Ewing, no matter. Ewing theory in full effect here. Give the Cavaliers another possession.
Seconds left here in the fourth quarter.
Price to Elo to Price.
Here's Rivers. And they go to the intentional foul.
Mark Price. Second personal foul. Doc Rivers. At the line.
Good on the first, and that makes it a 7.
All right, this is over. 32 and 11 for Ewing. Yeah, he got fouled out, unfortunately for him. 24 for Reggie Williams and 11 rebounds. And the Knicks take a 1-0 series lead. All right, let's check out Chicago versus Boston. Celtics off to a hot start. But let's jump in. Let's jump in. Also, let us check the box score. Davis. Actually, the backups, for the most part, positive. It's the starters who've been kind of not doing too great. All right. Buechler 0 for 2. Check the Celtics side of things. Yeah, Larry G. Lewis having a good game. 19 and 10 for D. Brown. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I got to tighten this rotation for the Bulls. Oh, wait, you know what? For the Bulls, you got to do this. You gotta.
Like what we've seen from them defensively. They've done well contesting shots and have managed to come away with some blocks.
They've been the disruptors defensively, coming up with a lot of steals that have had an impact on the flow of the game.
Boston making a switch here. McHale's checked in. And that one falls, and that puts them up by 1 point. Chicago's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Cartwright with it. Pass to Armstrong. Now Jordan. Just 5 to shoot. So they take
Nice pass for MJ. Giving the Bulls a 1-point lead.
This dude comes alive during crucial parts of the game.
Here's Miller. Who is outside?
Oh.
The rebound.
Missed shot by the Celtics by Reggie Lewis. B.J. Armstrong. No. Grant.
And they get it back. And that one.
Ooh, okay, Grant.
Grant's finished first base.
102.99.
From Horace Grant. No fear, even when the lights are brightest.
Bird gets to McKay.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
Nice block by Bill Cartwright.
Now Jordan. To the middle. Here's Cartwright.
Cartwright missing the shot. Perfect dish by Michael Jordan. Could have made it a 5-point game with Cartwright. We may have to do something with Cartwright after this season. Here's D. Brown. No.
On the shot, it sends it over the line.
So
So Boston will make this a 1-point game.
This is what makes him special, his ability to come through in these spots.
Chicago leading. Here's Jordan.
Jordan drawing the foul.
Shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Such a physical play. You see from Brace getting contact on the way up.
Ah, no.
He's got one more, though.
Okay, 2-point lead.
That will put them up by 2.
He missed the chance to put him up by 3. You know he'd like to have that one back.
Here's Lewis. Good D
No
by
way.
Jordan.
Come on, man.
Really good anticipation.
All right, let's make this a 2-possession game. Jordan dunking the ball.
Celtics trail by 4. Lewis on top, guarded by Jordan.
Lewis guarded by Jordan. What a matchup here. Pass to Bird to D. Brown. Got some space. Misses the shot. Bulls can pack this one up with a basket here. Pippen thought about it. Back to Jordan.
Jordan looking around.
Here's a Bill Cartwright basket. Think we're in the clear. Yes, we are. Jordan with 32, 28 for Scottie Pippen, 23 for Tony Kukoc. Seems like Terry Davis. And let's check out Buechler. I feel like we could probably weed Buechler out. Davis seems solid. Purdue just needs to not be a complete dud, you know, for the Bulls. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, whoops, okay. All right, sorry, I thought I almost pressed the wrong button there. Okay. Do. I'm thinking. 40 minutes there, 34 minutes there. Should I keep things as they are? Or should I maybe do something? I may be okay. It might be okay. Well, we'll leave it. We'll leave it for a little longer. We'll see if we need to really make some changes later. Okay, Clippers versus Jazz. See how this goes for the Jazz, who are a very deep team. All right, I can't jump into too many games, but we'll jump in. Okay. We'll be here all night. They're still in the first round. Come on. Yeah.
And here is Los Angeles now.
Kimball.
Pass to Harper.
Harper.
To take the lead. Rebound, Utah.
Basket can't fall. Jeff Malone. To Benoit. To Stockton. Got all kinds of crazy characters out there right now. Malone making the shot for Utah. Here comes Harper making the basket. All right.
Brings them to within just one.
No pressure at all. He's not feeling it. Unfazed, completely unfazed.
And delivers with a clutch bucket.
In the pass to Malone. Over Manning. And it's Malone missing.
Good there.
Mike, so much is on the line here.
Danny Manning with the dunk. And the Clippers take a 1-point lead.
Because they know he'll come through with the big shots.
The Jazz call timeout. Well, given the scenario here, how do you approach this next possession?
In a possibly 2-for-1 situation, this next play they run will be interesting to see what they go with. No room for error.
And the Clippers making a change here. Grant's checked in. The Jazz call timeout. The short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Guys, during that last break, I heard what Jerry Sloan talked to his team about. He told them he liked the way they were working, but he said we have to really get after it. All we need is a couple of stops. Keep your focus.
Ooh, I feel like Stockton made that harder for himself for no reason. I'm wondering why we have this weird lineup for the Clippers. Can't make that. Rebound, Jazz. I mean, it's possible that some Clippers players were fouled out, in which case I might have to look at the foul tendencies. Because they have Manning out there, they got Harper, they don't have Mark Jackson out there. And they don't have Stanley Roberts, although I don't think that's a huge loss for them. I think Olden Polynice is fine enough.
Stockton outside. Pass to Malone.
Here you go, Carmelo in the post.
A fader.
Oh, Carmelo with the potential game winner.
Even more separation that allowed him security to drain.
And Los Angeles calling timeout.
We've had some pretty good games here so far.
Guys, the situation. What do you think we're going to see next?
One last chance to win it right here. It's got to be a catch and shoot off the inbound play. They
This
don't have
one.
time for a second pass.
Let's see, Harper. Oh! Ron Harper with the game winner in Utah for the Los Angeles Clippers. Gets the shot off on time. And the Clippers steal one in Utah. Wow, 36 points for Karl Malone, 33 for Ron Harper. What a ending to that game. Fantastic. I was thinking about rushing through it. I'm glad I jumped in. Moving on. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Meanwhile, the Kings with Shaq. All right, this game is a Lakers win. Yeah, expected that. Back around to the Nets versus Hornets. And the Hornets starting off really strong. And it looks like they're going to keep up that pace throughout. Don't see them letting up. Nope. They win 125-116, tying up the series at 1. Let's see if the Pistons can do the same with the Sixers. Or are the Sixers simply too good? Well, no. The Pistons do win. 38 for Dumars, 30 for Isaiah Thomas. 27 and 14 for James Worthy. So that's a tie series as well. Moving back to the West. Portland versus Phoenix. And Phoenix looking pretty good. Phoenix tying the series up. Not going to be easy. How about the Spurs? Can the Spurs tie the series with the Sonics? I kind of want to see the Sonics go. I don't know. Sonics win that one. We can't jump into everything. You know, we just can't. Okay. 2-0 series lead. At least in the first round, we can't jump into every game. It's not enough time in the night. Cavaliers, Knicks. All right, Knicks closed that one out nicely. 2-0 series lead for them. How about Bulls versus Celtics? Bulls started out okay. All right, solid double-digit lead. Can they hold on to it? Can they build off it? Yes, they can. All right, 2-0 series lead. 50 points for Scottie Pippen. How did the bench do? Buechler. Purdue. All right, not too bad. But, I mean, they were huge negatives, though. That's the problem. They're huge, huge negatives. You know? That is a problem. But, oh well. It's something to monitor. All right. Can the Jazz tie it with the Clippers? Oh, looks like they will. Unless the Clippers come back. The Jazz got it. Jazz got it. Back to Lakers Kings. It would be nice to see some Shaq in the playoffs, but the Lakers might not give us a reason to do that. Oh man, they are crushing them. Lakers are a problem. Lakers with Magic and Barkley could be a problem. Could mess up my whole Jordan retiring angle too. If the Bulls can get that far. Still plenty of questions. All right, that's a Hornets win. They have a 2-1 series lead now. Back to Detroit versus Philly. If it's a close one, I can jump in with like 2 minutes left. I don't have to worry about it though. Looks like this won't be close. Whoa. Let's check it out, shall we? Yeah. Isaiah Thomas. Missing the shot. Philadelphia with the rebound. Here comes James Worthy passing to Gilliam to Dawkins. Dawkins for three. Can't hit.
Not what we expected at all. He normally has that shot down cold, especially when he's got space like that.
Rodman No!
Needs to connect
Hawkins!
Absolutely. The only shot that matters right now.
Oh, bad pass. All right.
Intentional foul.
That's over. Oh, well. All right. Well, it looked like that could be something, but no. All right, let's go back to Portland versus Phoenix. Shall we? And this is looking like a Portland victory. They run away with it, winning 129 to 111. Yeah. Okay. Let's see who did what. 22 for Marley, 33 for Terry Porter, 19 and 10 for Clyde Drexler. Seattle versus the Spurs. Will Seattle bounce out the Spurs? Or can the Spurs claw back into this? Spurs having a decent lead, but it's slipping. The game is slipping away from the Spurs, and they are toast. That's it. Robinson with 38 points. We need to fix. We need to help the Spurs this offseason. 35 and 60 for Sean Kemp. 23 and 11 for Gary Payton. And the Sonics have made it to round 2. Oh yeah, they won the championship last year in this sim, so that's something to look out for. Let's see if the Knicks can do away with the Cavaliers. So far, not too shabby with the Cavs are catching up. The Cavs are going to win this one. Reggie Williams with 32 and 10. Reggie Williams is going nuts, unexpectedly controlling this not controlling the series, but having a good series is basically what I was trying to say. He's having a good series. Can the Bulls take care of Boston at the Garden in Boston there? Looks like it. Yeah. How about that? 46 for Michael Jordan. Oof. 22 and 10 and 8 for Scottie Pippen. And Reggie Lewis. The season is over. Larry Bird doesn't want to talk about the future yet. McHale doesn't want to talk about the future. Robert Parrish is going to retire. Yeah, things. The Celtics might want to. Yeah, it's time for these guys to retire. Bird and McHale. I don't know. I don't know if they're getting the memo yet. Get the memo. Retire. It's about time. Jazz off to a great start against the Clippers in Los Angeles. And this is going to be a Clippers loss. Jazz win 36-11 for Karl Malone. As we move on to Lakers versus Kings, this has not been remotely a contest thus far. And it looks like the Lakers are going to keep it that way. Although, wait a minute. Wait just a tick. Okay, Kings win. Okay. Fair enough. Hornets versus Nets. Hornets with the lead so far. Nets taking the lead over. And, uh-oh. This is looking like a Nets victory. Okay. Got a 2-2 tie there. Checking out Pistons versus Sixers. And close one thus far. Let's jump in. All right. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Pistons have a 2-1 series lead against the Sixers squad that has James Worthy as their best player, thanks to a trade with the Lakers earlier in this season, in this sim. Okay, Johnny Dawkins with the pass. Now we got Tracy Murray out there. I thought I prevented that from happening, but whatever. Johnny Dawkins, Gilliam. In fact, I don't even see James Worthy out there. There's a missed shot for Philly. Hold on. All right, I got. Oh, fuck.
Detroit's gotten success rate of just over 10% from three-point tonight. 4-7 shooting. Outside Thomas. Chip drop shot. And that's 2 points on the layup. 34.
Well, when the stakes are at their
Should we even
highest,
bother?
Thomas is at his best, ready to make plays.
Foul tendencies need to be adjusted. I know this. It largely hasn't been that big of a deal until now. This is a huge deal. Ramo the dunk. Yeah, this is not a great group of 5 for the Sixers. Here's a screen, Dawkins. No.
Seemed as if he had the angle to finish, but the defense did just enough.
Philly might be done.
It's in.
Yeah, that pretty much does it. That kind of sucks. What a shitty way to finish season. For the Sixers, it's annoying. I mean, I don't want to have to stop everything for foul tendencies, though. Maybe when it comes to, like, the finals matchup, I'll worry about that. Or maybe even the conference finals. Yeah. Let's see, how are the fouls doing here? Flat checks are already with 5 fouls. Still with 5 fouls. All right, let's jump in. Got the inbounds pass, Drexler.
Drexler against Hornacek.
By the baseline, the spin move, the basket.
Solid play in the low block, and that one's good.
And Drexler loves stepping up in these big spots because he knows his teammates are counting on him to do so.
Chambers kicks to Marley. Hornacek passes to Chambers.
KJ
Clock at 6. Here's Johnson.
can't get that to fall.
Porter's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Pass to Drexler.
Spin move. Oh, what a play. Blazers take the lead.
He's in constant motion, always looking for creases in the defense.
KJ.
Johnson inside.
Nice layup.
Here's Hiller. Johnson.
Phoenix takes back the lead.
Johnson's got 13 points here in the second half alone. Outside Porter. Williams a screen on Johnson. Porter passes to Grayson. Outside Williams.
Porter can't get that shot to fall. Dan Marley, tough defender.
There wasn't enough resistance to prevent him from scoring that one.
Johnson missing though. So a minute left and the Blazers have a chance to take the lead.
Spoiled his attempt to lay it in.
Williams finds Drexler.
Ah, Clyde.
And it's out of bounds, which will be a 2-10 possession here. Timeout, Blazers.
Okay, it looks like it is the Blazers' possession.
Suns making a change here. He misses that one. And now the turn down shot by David Allen.
Thanks, guys. During that last break, I heard Rick Adelman was telling his team.
Courtesy to Porter.
If you told us, guys, a handful of shots completely changes this game.
Porter for 3. No. Kersey with the rebound. Williams to Drexler. No. Phoenix fouled.
Hey, he's not the only talent they have. They got other guys that can fill his spot.
He hits the first one, and that will put them up by 2. Can't sink it.
Okay, 2-point lead. Yeah, I think Drexler was fouled out, by the way.
1 second separating the shot clock and game. Here's Robinson.
Oh, what a basket tying the game. Clifford Robinson with a clutch basket for Portland.
Wow, beautiful.
That takes real guts. I think this whole arena was holding its breath.
The Suns call time. We've got 13 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Johnson right side.
Ooh, big basket for Kevin Johnson.
His body to shield defenders. Nicely done.
Timeout.
Of course, it would help to have Drexler out there.
Approach now. What are they looking at?
I don't know if they should actually look for the 3 here. That's a bit greedy. I'd take a good look, even if it's a 2-point basket. Take the high percentage shot.
Okay.
Outside Porter.
Nah.
And so it's Phoenix who scraped by with the win. Well, that'll do it for now.
All right, 29 for Kevin Johnson, 31 for Clyde Drexler, who did foul out, right? Yeah, that's not great. All right. Let's try to get. I'd hate for the Blazers to lose because Drexler got fouled out. I hate for them to lose the series because of that. You know what I mean? All right, let's see what we have left. All right, you know what? All right, let's try this real quick. This is kind of screwing up everything. Damn it. Unfortunately for the Sixers, nothing we can do about that. Okay, Sixers are out. Bulls are in. I hate this shit. Foul tendencies. Let's just lower this for the star players. Really just the star players. Cavaliers. No, they're out already, aren't they? Not really worried about the Cavaliers, actually. Actually, I kind of am. Let's just lower it a little bit. It doesn't hurt to do this. You know? Oh, man, okay. Danny Ferry isn't really playing. Jason Williams. Oof. All right. John Sally. Let's go to the Clippers. Mainly worried about the starting 5. I can't do this with everybody. You know, it just gets annoying to do this shit. So I'm just worried about the starting 5. We'll see how it goes with that. Like Larry Johnson and Kendall Gill and Jim Jackson, Muggsy Bogues, J.R. Reed. Don't want the center fouling out. Same thing for the Jazz. Just lowering foul tendencies. Dino Raja. Jeff Malone. No. Tyron Corbin. Okay. Kings, they're already pretty much out. The Kings, I'm not too concerned with. The Knicks, though, Ewing. Bring him down. I mean, It sucks too, because like the Knicks are supposed to be like a hard-nosed, defensive-minded team, but so like it makes sense that these are guys who are willing to foul and foul hard. You know what I mean? But um, when I jump into a Knicks game, I want to make sure that Ewing's out there. That the stars are out there, because otherwise we're just watching a bunch of backups. Like, what's the point of that? That's why we have injuries off. So it's stupid, but must be done. But yeah, I'm mainly just concerned with the starting five of these teams. The Nets are still in it. That series is still alive. Petrovic, Kenny Anderson. What a fucking drag this is, though. Seriously. Alright, I think Riff Addison's their starting small forward, although it doesn't really matter because Chris Morrison then about the same. Pistons. Pistons are already in the second round, I think, but we'll do this for a future round. Oh, the cool thing though. Yeah, it kind of sucked that James Worthy was fouled out when the Sixers lost, but actually, it doesn't matter if Lampier's found out. But we could get Bulls, or we will get Bulls versus Pistons in the second round, which is going to be a fun one. We already had Bulls versus Celtics with Bird and McHale up against Michael Jordan. But now we can have Bulls versus the Bad Boys Pistons, so that's pretty exciting. Bad Boys with Latrell Sprewell. You might think to yourself, was Latrell Sprewell a bad boy? Choking your coach, I think, might qualify you for being a bad boy. So I think it works. I think it works that he's a part of the Bad Boys team. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch. All right, who else? Kemp. I mean, I gotta do this because the Sonics. We want when we jump into Sonics games, we want to see Shawn Kemp and Gary Payton. But I gotta say, I do kind of regret putting Arvydas Sabonis on this team. Listen, I enjoy watch. I think it's cool. I think it's cool that they're succeeding. But yeah, I mean, I didn't really give much thought when I put them on the Sonics team. It just kind of like they had a need, and I put him on there. But I wasn't expecting him to win a championship with the Sonics year one. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, I hope this works. I hope this does the trick. And if not, what are you gonna do? It's 2K. I try so hard to make things work despite 2K. In spite of 2K. Alright, we're gonna have to deal with hopefully that works out. Let's move on. We gotta fucking move on, you know what I'm saying? Alright, where are we? Here? Yeah. Knicks versus Cavs. Can the Knicks take care of business now? Looks like they can and will. So there you have it. Alright, so we got Bulls versus Pistons. You got New York versus... We don't know yet. We don't know. Alright, Jazz, Clippers is next. And we'll see if the Jazz can take care of business. Or can the Clippers hang in there? The Clippers are trying their best to hang in there. And oh man, they will. How about that? How about that? Despite Karl Malone's 39 points. How about Lakers versus Kings? Lakers, wake up. You don't want to be tied 2-2 against Shaq and the Kings. And it looks like that won't happen. Okay, the Kings have been eliminated. 29-14 for Barkley. So we got Lakers versus Sonics. Could be a really fun matchup. Let's go now to Nets versus Hornets. It's a 5-game series. This is an elimination game. And wow! The Nets! The Nets taking care of business. 29 points for Petrovic. The 39-43 Nets defeat the 52-win Hornets. I always knew there's something off with that Hornets team. They seemed a little bit too good. Too good too fast. And yeah, now we got New York versus New Jersey. Chicago versus Detroit. Some fun matchups there. Let's go now to Portland versus Phoenix. Can Phoenix pull off the upset? Drum roll. It's kind of close. Oh, shit. Okay. This could be interesting. Alright, check it out. Tim Perry's out there. That's weird. Uh-oh. Who's fouled out, despite me doing all that stuff?
There's 38 seconds left in the fourth quarter.
Looks like Hornacek is fouled out. I thought I fixed that. Oh! Tom Chambers with a nice jump shot to give the Suns a lead.
In terms of strategy here, any thoughts?
It'd be wise to go for the 2-for-1 here. So important. You're right about the top man. It's a good opportunity here. They want to take another shot.
It's a ball to Jeff in for the Suns. Timeout Blazers.
All right.
With our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thanks, guys. During that last break, I heard what Rick Adelman was telling his team.
He told them to pick up the pace. He said, if we're going to win, we have to seize this moment.
Courtesy to Drexler.
He said, go all out.
Drexler driving. Dan Marley, though, is a tough defender. Got to pass it. Ball back to Drexler. Can't get past him. What great defense by Dan Marley. Buck Williams. Kersey. No, but he gets the rebound. Oh, he can't get it. Duckworth gets it in. And it's a tie game. Wow. What a sequence there.
The Suns call time.
All right, Suns. 1 second left. Sabalos is out there. Comes the inbounds pass. KJ! No! And we are going to overtime.
It's going to do it for regulation. So we are headed to overtime. And we'll get going after this from Memorial Coliseum.
I don't love that we're going to overtime. Let's go slow. Let's go to like the 2-minute mark. Okay, that's fine. It's it's 11 o'clock. We're still in the first round. I want to get to the draft tonight, you know. All right. 118-116. Chambers making it a 4-point lead for the Suns.
Producer. This team knows Chambers can deliver when they need one.
Williams has a screen for Curry. That's to Percy. Outside, Drexler.
Once again, Drexler having a tough time against Dan Marley.
At 4.
Is he going to throw up a shot or what?
Rebound by the Suns. Allison.
Thunder Dan doing his thing.
Johnson outside. Here's Chambers. He's guarded by Williams. Chambers looks to Johnson.
Yikes. All right. Still 50 seconds left, but they got to make something happen here. Drexler, yes, hits the jumper.
The In a clutch situation, Drexler embraces
Can they get a stop here?
twice as hard to find the bucket.
Chambers against Williams. Chambers next to Johnson. Over Porter.
Wow, okay. Some good defense there by the Blazers, who now have a chance to tie it up.
It's at stake here, and so does their coach. They need a solid play to knock this one out.
Seconds left in the first overtime. Action has been terrific.
Oh, tying the game is Clyde Drexler.
Drexler loves stepping up in these big spots because he knows his teammates are counting on him to do so.
The Suns call time. Johnson outside.
Suns gonna take the final shot of overtime.
Pass to Chambers.
Chambers.
For Williams. Oh,
No.
potential game.
Double overtime.
Come on.
This is why I'm glad I simmed. I gotta sim some of this too.
And as we play,
It's just I don't have enough time for all this shit. Let's slow sim it. Slow. Good game though. Alright, looks like the Blazers are taking over. But don't count out the Suns. Okay, we gotta check this out. Second overtime. Drexler.
here's Drexler.
Turnaround jumper, no good.
I don't think you can ask for a better look, just not the result they were looking for.
Yeah, he's got to put that in his pocket and continue to fire away when he gets that kind of look.
To Johnson.
Here's KJ. Pass to Ellison. It's good. 1 point game.
Additional bucket to bring them within one.
Big time bucket. Awesome to see.
Got the intentional foul. Delibra. He's checked in for Johnson.
In for Phoenix. Number 15.
1 second separate in the shot clock and game clock. And he commits the intentional foul.
Third personal foul.
So the first round points. And they get them up by 2. Second one is good. Getting both at the line. And it's a
3-point game.
And what a huge trip to the line that was. Gets them all and makes it a 3-point lead.
The Suns call time.
Okay, man.
Chambers against Williams.
Here's Chambers.
Chambers the pass to
To
Del
Del Negro.
Here's Chambers.
Chambers can't hit that shot, but Ellison with the rebound. Dan Marley can't hit the three. And that's probably it. The Blazers will move on to the second round, defeating the Suns in double overtime. What a finish to that series. Okay, now let's check out if the Clippers can shock the Jazz. I'm sure the Lakers would be thrilled if that happened. No fucking way, dude. No way. No way. Yeah, I didn't think so. Clippers have been eliminated, but that was a close one. So this is also a pretty nice round 2 matchups. You got Lakers versus Sonics. Okay. You got Jazz versus Blazers. You got Bulls versus Pistons and New York versus the Nets. Will that be the first matchup? No, it won't. Let's do Trailblazers versus Jazz first. Shall we? Jazz get off to a big lead early on, but the Blazers are catching up. Okay, let's do it. 2.5 minutes left to go. Blazers up by 1. We're in Utah. Clyde Drexler versus Stockton and Malone. Okay.
Here is Stockton. Down low. Knocked away.
From Malone, no!
This is how you defend a player like him.
Jerome Kersey to Drexler. Ooh, aggressive, but missed shot.
Aggressive move. That's an easy 2 points most of the time.
Malone pitch to Malone. Takes a step
Here's
back.
Stockton. Mobbed by Terry Porter. Jeff Malone to Karl Malone.
6 to
Karl
shoot.
Malone get past his defender. No, misses the shot. Here comes the Blazers. Jerome Kersey loses the ball. Benoit with the steal. Benoit slows down. Stockton to Karl Malone in the post. Basket's good.
Defensive intensity has served them well. Kept the offense scrambling and resulted in seconds here.
Drexler misses. Oh, what a steal by Drexler. Running the fast break. Pull-up jumper is good, and the Blazers take a 1-point lead.
He has ice in his veins. Biggest shot of the game.
Jazz want to talk it over. All right, Stockton. Oh, another steal! You know, okay, let's wait till this game's over. Porter. Drexler. The foul. First free throw's good. Makes the second one.
It's a 3-point game. The Jazz call timeout. Any ideas on strategy being discussed right now in that hole?
You know, with the time remaining, I think they've got to be looking for a quick shot.
Yeah, and I think in a possible 2-for-1 situation, this next play they run would be interesting to see what they go with. No room for
The Jazz call timeout.
All right, 30 seconds left. Let's see what the Jazz do here. Benoit, the inbounds
30 seconds
pass.
left in the game. To the paint.
Karl Malone in the post.
Malone in the post. He's guarded by Williams.
Makes the basket. So now you get an intentionally foul. See if the Blazers can get these free throws. Clyde Drexler at the free throw line.
First free throw is good, and that will put them up by 2.
And I'm sure we're going to get another timeout by the Jazz. Oh, a missed shot. What is he going to do? All right, Malone misses the shot. And we got a foul. Drexler makes that free throw. If he makes this one, that could be it. Especially if the Jazz have no more timeouts. I guess they don't, huh? All right, let's see if they can quickly get a 3 up. Stockton, no. What are you doing? What are you doing? Dummies. All right, Blazers win. Blazers win. Game 1 against the Jazz. 33 for Karl Malone in the loss. 28-7 for Clyde Drexler. What a finish to that game. Yeah, man. Damn. All right, let's go over to New York, the New York metro area, where two teams in that area are facing off. You would think the Knicks can take care of business, but I wouldn't assume, or wouldn't want to assume anything. But they did win 130-109. This is the final score. They're 38-14 for Patrick Ewing, 30 points for John Starks, 26 for Coleman, and 23 for Petrovic. All right, let's move on to Lakers versus Sonics. Haven't seen the Lakers yet in this postseason. Wanna see it. Want to see it for sure. They got off to a slow start at home, and what are they doing, man? Is this for real? Oh boy. Okay. Sonics win. I was excited about this Lakers team, but look, I love the Sonics. Love Seattle. But they already won a championship. What's happening? All right, Bulls. Hang on there. 37 for Jordan, 30 for Pippen. So that's a 1-0 series lead for Chicago. I'm just hoping we get something different than Bulls Sonics. We already got Bulls Sonics in the first season of the Sim. This looks like a Blazers victory, by the way. Very easy one. 42 for Clyde Drexler. Oh, man. Okay. Back to Nets Knicks. Nets off to a hot start. But the Knicks catching up already. The Knicks will win. Knicks 2-0. Okay. Back to Lakers Seattle. Now what is going on here? All right, let's see what happens. The Sonics. Hold on. All right, let's check out the rest of this. 98-96. Sonics with the ball. I mean, it's a killer front court. Sean Kemp and Sabonis is a killer front court. Maybe too killer.
There's 45 seconds left in the fourth.
Rex Chapman trying to make something happen here. Sabonis missing the shot. Divac with the rebound. Charles Barkley.
Barkley does it to stop. Here's Johnson.
Not a great shot by Magic there.
What do you think we're going to see here?
Look, they've got more than enough time to get a basket here.
And they've got to be aggressive. The defense doesn't want a foul.
Be tough for the Lakers if they lose this game and go down 0-2 versus the Sonics.
And they've been moving the ball card really well tonight.
Good things come to those who take
Byron
good
Scott
shots.
staying on Rex Chapman. Oh, he makes the shot though.
Cash money right there.
Interesting to see Rex Chapman getting the ball like that late in the game.
12 seconds left here in the fourth quarter.
Barkley in the
Johnson
post.
outside. It's to
Oh no, you fucking moron. Damn it, stupid. I almost went in.
He will go to overtime.
Overtime.
We'll be back shortly live from Great Western Forum.
Alright, I don't have that much time for overtime. Let's slow it. Slow it down. Slow it down a little bit. Tie game. Let's go to the 2-minute mark. Alright, it's... Okay, sure. Alright, 124 left, 111 tie. Got Red out there. Oh, that's not good. Barkley missing. Come on, man. What are we doing here? Come on, man. Chapman. Rebound threat. Or three, whatever you know. Threat. Threat. Okay. Alright, a lot of dribbling. Barkley. AC Green. Come on, Barkley, do something. Okay. Okay. Alright. I mean, you can't really complain about Magic bowing out in overtime. You know what I mean? I just hope that this Lakers team can come away with the victory. Because I want this to be a fun series. You know, it's one thing if the Sonics win. It's another thing if they, like, sweep them. That'd be kind of crazy. Chapman, no good. Here's Barkley, double teamed. I would not have done that, but you know what? I would have done that if I had the ability. Good job by Barkley there. This might be done, actually. Let's Whew, okay, yeah. 30 and 14 and 10. A triple-double for Charles Barkley in the playoffs. And yeah, Magic Johnson fouled out. The other team, 32 and 14. Yeah, okay. Cool. Wow. Sabonis, 3 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists. All right. 1-1 series tie. Thank God. Just for the sake of the stream and all that. For the sake of the sim. I want this to be a good series. Because especially... Look, if the Seattle Sonics beat the Lakers, so be it. But I want it to be a fun, close series. I don't want it to have to be a sweep. And the Lakers being down 0-2 like that would have been a tough uphill battle for them, I think. All right, this one's a little bit closer than last time. In fact, the Pistons are going to win this one, despite 30 points from Michael Jordan. 33 and 30 for Dumars and Thomas. That was a blowout. All right. Where are we going back to this? Yeah. Let's see if the Jazz can come back into this one. So now that they're down 0-2 and they lost both their games at home. This is looking like a jump. Well, final 30 seconds. All right, Utah ball.
34 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. To the middle. Malone.
You expect to get 2 points there. A little unlucky for them.
Outside, Drexler.
Well, Drexler is a physical matchup for just about any defender. Draws a lot of fouls and whistles.
15 foul. At the line for 2, Clyde Drexler.
He drops the first one, and that brings them within 2 here. Both free throws good from Drexler.
He's basically automatic from the line, not the guy you want to send that net.
Intentional foul.
They want to extend this game. That's why they did what they did there.
Yep, so they had to foul them.
So the first one drops, and that will put them up by 2. three-point game.
118, 115. All set up for the Blazers to potentially tie this game.
Timeout Blazers. Turning here to our analysts. What got these guys on their mind?
It's a tricky situation. I mean, they need to get some kind of bucket to stay alive. They got to go faster.
Either three-pointer or score quickly and take the foul.
15 seconds left to play here in the fourth. The 19-foot shot.
No good.
Really tough to see it.
Alright, we're probably fine to... Yeah, okay. 25 for Drexler, 24 and 24 apiece for Porter and Duckworth, 20 for Jeff Malone, 20 and 13 for Karl Malone. Okay. So, now we have a 2-1 series there. Back to New York versus New Jersey. Okay, Knicks win. 3-0 series lead there for the Knicks. Going back to Lakers versus Seattle. And it looks like the Lakers are mostly in control of this game. And they will win it. 2-1 series lead for the Lakers, thanks to 30 and 10 for Magic, 26 and 17 for Barkley, 10 and 14 for AC Green. Come on, Chicago. Looks like they're in much better shape here against this Pistons squad. Yeah, they're going to win this one. 139, 112, 25 for Dumars. 41, 11, and 10 for Michael Jordan. 33 for Scottie Pippen and 7 assists for Scottie Pippen. Okay. Everything kind of playing out fairly nicely, if I may say so myself. I mean, I am pulling for the Bulls. I'll openly say that because it's going to make for a more interesting storyline that I have cooking up. But I need it to play out the way I want it to play out. Blazers beat the Jazz. The storyline is Michael Jordan retiring. That's kind of what I'm working. That's my angle. But Michael Jordan can't retire unless he wins a championship. You know what I mean? Doesn't really work if he loses in the second round to the Pistons. You know what I mean? So this is a sweep. The Knicks have swept the Nets. And you know, the Knicks are a team to worry about. To worry about big time for the Bulls, assuming they can get past the Pistons, which they might. Meanwhile, Lakers seem to have taken control of this series. Wait, I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. Let's watch this. Let's watch. Let's check it out. Aw, you fucking... Give me a break. Damn it. Alright, we're gonna have to deal with that. I thought I fixed all their foul tendencies bullshit.
Barkley outside. Lakers working the ball around now. Divac a screen on McKee. Barkley the pass to Divac. And trying to
Good defense by Sabonis there.
Barkley against McKee. Sabonis.
Bad. Well, maybe a bad foul.
It's on Marty Divac.
Teams in the pen.
It's such a pleasure to watch Sabonis work. Great basketball IQ and an unreal passer for a big guy.
And the Lakers.
Okay, actually not a bad foul.
Freaks checked in.
After
Even
all.
with the miss, you got the big one there to put him in front.
Pass to Green. Now Divac. To take the lead. 6 on the shot clock.
2 minutes.
Here's Barkley.
Wow, Barkley with the jumper, with the shot clock winding down.
And here's Kemp, by Green. from the elbow. No good.
Well, we've seen him make this shot often with no defensive cover. He's got to be kicking himself he didn't make that one.
To the inside.
There's Barkley missing that time.
With the defensive effort. The Sonics trail. Peyton outside. Stuckett.
Losing the ball inexplicably. He just kind of looked like he just kind of like gave it to him. Oh, alley-oop! Barkley.
On these alley-oops. Fantastic sequence there.
Plays like that could bring a team closer together.
For sure.
Yeah, I like when guys take initiative and go after chances like this.
Damn, Sean Kemp. Nice shot there.
Yes, he coolly got that one at the drop under pressure.
Here's Barkley.
Barkley driving the drawing the foul.
That's not the worst case scenario.
40 points for Charles Barkley.
And so both free throws are good. And it's a three-point game. Timeout, Sonics. And now let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Guys, we're not as going to listen to Casey Jones address his team. He wants them to have an even temperament. He said, I like the energy, but don't rush. Don't force things. Let the game come to you.
McKee tying the game.
With everything on the line.
Big three for him.
Thank you, David. Timeout, Lakers. Here's three. Defended by Peyton. Here's the
Oh, come on, man.
possession. And another shot. And it's
Bad sequence there. Green getting the rebound, but terrible looks. Did he just step out of bounds?
What a time for a turnover. Shows you just how key it
Seeing a little bit too much of that in this version of 2K. Stepping out of bounds like that. I mean, it definitely happened in 2K23, the last one that I had. I skipped 2K24 altogether. It's funny how it seems like nothing's changed. Nothing has changed with this game. It really feels like that. Like the mechanics. I might as well be playing 2K23. I don't see any difference at all.
Pass to Scott. Here's Divac.
Nothing discernible anyway. Here's Barkley, game winner! Yes! I might have spoke too soon though. I might have spoke too soon.
Tremendous last game.
And that has bled into this
There's still
game.
2.6 seconds left.
Offense.
Timeout,
And McKee can shoot threes. Rex Chapman can shoot threes. I don't know if he's out there, but he is maybe out there actually. I'm not sure. Yeah, he is. Here comes Chapman. Here comes Chapman. Sonics tie the game. This has been a pretty good playoffs. But I can't watch it. It's gonna drag out this playoffs way too long. Sorry, but still 2-point game. How's Barkley doing? Barkley not fouled out yet, though, right? Okay, he only has 2 fouls. All right. Man, no offense whatsoever so far. Let's just watch this. Let's just watch the rest. I don't know what was going on there. Only 2 points scored so far. Crazy defense, I guess. Come on, Barkley. Ooh, getting double teamed. Divac. Back to Barkley. Oh, he lost the ball. Fucking, come on.
Here's Chapman. It's good. Chapman's got 19 points.
Using his speed advantage there to create the separation he needs from the shot.
Now, here's Barker. Running by McKee. The kick out to Sweat.
Ah, shit.
Another miss. Here's Chapman.
Oh, Sean Kemp with the alley-oop. Oh, what a block. All right, I feel like this is over. Momentum all the way in the Sonics' favor, despite 43 and 19 for Barkley. And, you know, that's what their other star player gets fouled out. Let me fix that. Let's see what I can do about that. 5. All right, I'll turn down hard foul tendency too. I did that with both him and Barkley. I figured if your foul tendency is low. All right, we'll see how that goes. All right, 2-2 series tied though. That's pretty solid. Where are we going next, guys? Where are we going next? Bulls versus Pistons. And so far, it's kind of close. But I don't want to speak too soon. Okay, yeah, Bulls win. 30 for Pippen, or 30 for Jordan, 24 for Pippen, 32 for Dumars. Dumars is doing pretty good out there. Jordan, oh yeah. Pippen, not too shabby. How's Purdue's numbers? Not good. Not very good. 45% from free throw. He's been a negative. Bill Cartwright's been not too great either. Although his plus minus is okay. Paxson. Not great. Horace Grant. Doing good. Judd Buechler. He had a solid game actually. Yeah, Purdue is just not. The problem is though, like I had. I'm just gonna keep going. Because last season, I had Purdue basically not in the rotation at all, and then I felt like it ended up costing the Bulls to not have that extra big come in to sub for Bill Cartwright and Horace Grant and stuff like that. So I don't know. All right, where are we going to next? Back to here. No, right here. See if the Blazers can close things out against the Jazz. Blazers taking care of business, man. Although it's close. No, it's not. All right, Jazz are done. That's it. Drexler 38 and 12. Blazers are going to the conference finals. So now we go to Lakers, Seattle, I think. Lakers up early. Lakers will stay up. Yeah. Okay. 30 and 16 for Barkley. 22 and 18 assists for Magic Johnson. 3-2 series lead for the Lakers. Checking out Pistons versus Bulls. Pistons off to a nice start. But the Bulls... Let's jump in. And then let's do this. Let's hope that no one's found out. That's important. Nope. Okay. All right. Pistons have a 2-point lead. You know, in my previous sim, we never actually got to see the Bad Boys Pistons face the the Bulls, like actually on screen. We only ever simcasted those matchups.
Thomas against
So
Armstrong.
this is kind of nice to see play out.
It's Thomas on post.
Yeah, you can't be overly aggressive.
Thomas drawing a foul.
Takes the first one, and that makes it a 3-point lead.
Taking 2 shots.
Missed free throw. Here's Jordan up against Dumars.
Dumars against Jordan.
Jordan doing a lot of dribbling.
Back at 6. Pass to Pippen. Rebounded by
I didn't love that sequence
Detroit.
for Chicago. Nice basket by Latrell Sprewell.
Sprewell's got 24.
Muscling that thing in. Tough shot.
Jordan against Dumars.
Ah,
Dumars got his 4th rebound in that
it's not going to happen, is it?
Here's Thomas. And the shot is good.
All right, I've seen enough. Jordan with 33. Dumars with 29. How did the backups do? Not great. Although, actually, plus minus, I don't know. You know what? I mean, they have Terry Davis here. I'm going to try it. 32, 48. No, I like it like this. Let's do this. Heavy minutes for those guys. Kukoc, Davis, John Paxson. Who's their backup point then? Judd Buechler? I don't know if I like that at all. I kind of hate that actually. Although Pippen would be like the point forward in that case, right? You would think. Well, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Buechler is shooting pretty nicely right now. All right. We'll see if that works. You're the Lakers. Sonics have been eliminated, and the Lakers are going to face the Blazers. 33 and 15 for Barkley, and a triple-double for Magic Johnson. We got the Lakers versus the Portland Trailblazers in the conference finals. We will have a new champion this year. Now let's see if this new rotation that I just put together works for the Bulls, or was it a big mistake? Am I a dummy? Shit. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe that was a bad idea. If they lose this game, I'm gonna put everything back to normal. I really don't want to fuck this up. Bulls, okay. I might have made a huge mistake. No, wait.
.132 left in the 4th quarter. Jordan against Dumars. And so it looks like the Bulls retain possession here.
Okay, thank God.
We've got 1:23 left in the fourth quarter. Jordan dishes to Armstrong. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Falcon needs to get off a shot here. Pippen
Yikes.
misses. Detroit leading by 3. And left of the lane. Here's another rebound.
Rodman, of course.
Get the rebound.
Clutch basket from Malone. And for more than his defense and rebound.
And here's Jordan. He'll bring it up for the Chicago Bulls. The Bulls call timeout. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Guys, during that last break, I heard Phil Jackson was talking to the team. Now, he preached the importance of patience down the stretch. Coach said, we're not going to get it all back at once. Let's take it one trip at a time. Make it simple, make it easy. Kevin, back to you.
Thank you, David. The Bulls call timeout. Detroit on D. It's a 5-point game. Pass to Armstrong. Shot clock at 6. Jordan in the corner. Let's go.
Yikes.
And the Bulls with another miss.
He's a
What's happening? What is happening here? Let me put things back to normal. This could all fall apart real quick. Oh, no, we don't want that, though. No. We don't want that either. No, we don't want that. Alright, let's see how this works. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous about what's about to happen. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. There goes my idea. This is fucking stupid. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. The Bulls go out in the second fucking round. Alright, Jordan's not retiring then. I can't do that now. You know what? I don't know about this, guys. No one cares anyway. This fucking thing. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? I can't have fun. This has been more of a drag than anything else. Unfortunately. Trying to fix fucking foul tendencies. Shot tendencies. I did so much work to make this Bulls team good. They won 60 games. Unreal. Like, it's nice to relive the 90s, I guess. But it's just hard when the Bulls don't succeed. It makes everything just feel fake, you know, like really fake. Like just utterly, completely bullshit. I mean, if the Knicks would have beaten the Bulls, at least in real life, the Knicks and the Bulls came close during this time. I'm not feeling this at all. This is not cool. This is not cool. I think my problem is I feel like I need like Michael Jordan and the Bulls were such a terror during this time that to have them lose in the second round, just no, dude, no. You know? Like what? I feel like this game just fucking has no respect for this era of Chicago Bulls basketball. It's unbelievable. Unreal. Put me in a mood. I'm in a bad mood now. I'm in a bad fucking mood with this game. All that work, man. I don't know. It's tough, though. It's tough because on the other hand, it's like cool to have a different result. I know that. I know. But I had an idea. I had a fun idea that I wanted to do, man. I wanted to retire Michael Jordan. Now I can't do that. Can't retire him now. Doesn't make any sense to retire him. Let's slow this down. But yeah, I'm gonna have to come up with a backup plan. Okay, let's do this. Here's the thing, like,
Timeout.
Timeout. Start it.
like, this should, okay, so let's just think about this for a second as we, presumably the Knicks win this one, maybe. It's hard to redo the 90s, man. It's hard. Like, I managed to get the Bulls to win 6 championships, but you have to remember that 4 of those championships was with the ridiculous lineup of Harper, Rodman, Jordan, and Pippen, right? Which is nearly, it's pretty much unbeatable when they're all together. I might have to do that again, honestly. I might have to recreate that version of the Bulls. I hate to repeat history, but that team was so unbeatable for like a block of years. Not that Jordan has to have 6 rings. I don't care about that as much. It's just like I want the Bulls to be a real threat, a finals threat, because that's what they were in real life. All right, now the Pistons might win this game.
Thomas against Rivers.
Wow. Clutch shot by Thomas there. Or Dumars, I mean. But yeah, I mean, I was excited to retire Jordan. I thought he had a fun angle to have. Now I feel like not only can Jordan not retire, now I'm going to have to like overpower the Bulls, you know? Just to accurately represent what they were like in this time period, you know? It just sucks, man. Nice, tying the game. I just can't imagine. You know what? The thing is, though, Latrell Sprewell on this Pistons team. I mean, this Pistons team is kind of a different flavor with Latrell Sprewell being here. I'll give you that. But that's why the Bulls have to be even stronger next year. They can no longer. The '94 team cannot have Bill Cartwright starting at center. You can't have Bill Cartwright and Will Perdue as the center rotation.
In terms of strategy here.
There's gonna have to be changes. And like, I just hate having to like put so much effort into the Bulls being good. You know, trying to recreate the '90s.
Here's Rivers.
And like, that's why I wanted to retire Michael Jordan, because it would have been fun to see how like an impact, what the league would look like. Building teams with Jordan gone would have been fun. Because like, when I did my last sim, so much of my time was spent during this period trying to fix the Bulls and trying to make the Bulls practically unbeatable like they really were. And like, it'd just be weird if the Bulls only had like one championship during this entire period, and it was a championship that we didn't even get to see. You know,
Trying to focus now on the second.
it just leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Rivers with it. For the win.
And Pistons beat the Knicks. I can't believe this is the conference finals matchup. I really can't believe it. But I mean, I get it at the same time. Actually, no, I don't get it. I don't understand why this is the matchup. I don't know how the fuck the Bulls fucked up. I mean, I guess I was partly the blame. I was part of the problem. All right, 132, 113. Blazers up 3-1. This sucks. We don't even get Barkley in the finals. Barkley and Magic Johnson. I mean, I like the Knicks team being in it is kind of fun though. Okay, let's jump in. Yeah, I guess I didn't really know what to expect. I thought I would have an easier time.
30 seconds left in the game.
With the Bulls winning and stuff like that, but now it's like, I don't know.
Rodman looking it over. Stolen by Rivers.
Like, I hate to have to like
Blue uses the starts.
juice the Bulls, but I kind of have to. I kind of do. But hey, the New York Knicks making the finals. It's pretty cool. Kind of weird too, but also kind of cool. I mean, they made the finals in '94 after they defeated the Jordanless Bulls.
Will probably be their greatest test. I'll tell you what, though, winning
That's the problem with this whole thing.
is a big victory of its own. No matter how this season ends, it's been a
Of course, the
successful
Knicks
one
make
for
the
them.
finals if they don't have to face the Bulls.
In a final series that's
But it's very possible because in the regular season, the Knicks beat the Bulls. Like, I think they swept the Bulls. So I don't know. Maybe the Knicks would have defeated the Bulls in this game anyway, and then I would have been mad for a different reason. So I have to just grin and it's fine. I just can't do the thing that I wanted to do because there's no way I cannot retire Michael Jordan now. There's no way I can do it now. And it looks like the Blazers are going to defeat the Lakers in 5 games, man. The Blazers. This kind of impacts things. I mean, I guess, the Blazers made it in 92.
24 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one.
And this is 93. So we're kind of not that far off.
Here's Drexler. 6 to shoot. The three. A three-pointer is right on target.
3 points.
And so the Portland Trail Blazers have won the series.
A challenging slate of games in the Western
Thank you, everyone,
Conference.
for
They were
taking
certainly
time.
tested, but that prepares them for what lies ahead.
From day one, this was their goal. Make it to the finals. But really, this is just the beginning for them.
They know there's still a lot of work to be done preparing mentally and...
All right. Blazers versus Knicks is the finals. It's okay now. I'm okay. I'm over it. Can I just check something? Okay, fine. Never mind. I had an idea, but no, never mind. Blazers, Knicks, let's do this. All right. 105, 104, minute and 26 left to go in the NBA Finals.
Here's Drexler. Pass to Kersey. It's rebounded by Newell. Oakley's got rebound number 10 tonight with that last one. Here's Ewing. Defended by Duffy. 8 away.
Nice. Ewing getting the go-ahead bucket. Nice move by Drexler.
Right there, stepping up for his team in a big way.
That takes confidence in your game.
Rivers against Portland. Rivers passes to Ewing. Over Duckworth. And Duckworth pulls it down.
He usually knocks those looks down with ease, guys. Defense got very fortunate there. They gave him way too much room to get that one.
Trying to make something happen there. They have to be aggressive at this point. Even such a risky foul.
Yeah, would have been better to use it on the floor, not on the shot. But the foul had to come one way or another.
So he goes 2 for 2 at the line. And it's a three-point game. The Knicks call time. What do you think we're going to see coming out of this timeout?
You know, with the time remaining, I think they've got to be looking for a quick shot right here.
Yeah, I think in a possibly 2-for-1 situation, this next play they run will be interesting to see.
All right, Knicks.
No room for error.
There's 39 seconds left to play in the final quarter.
Nice. Falls in.
Definitely has that clutch gene. He is fearless in the late game situation.
Look to use the clock approaches as much as possible, right?
Yeah, they have the lead. No reason to rush anything right now.
Kersey against Smith. Kersey kicks to Williams. Pass to Kersey. Just 5 on the clock. Outside, Drexler.
Okay, Knicks. Missed shot by Drexler.
And how they maximize their opportunities now.
You know, it's always interesting to me to see what play a coach has saved in a situation just like this.
This is where you want to create a clean, high percentage run. If at all possible.
We've got 13 seconds left to play here in the fourth. Now Rivers.
Come on. No.
No good. And so the
I didn't like that sequence by Doc Rivers there. 38-11 for Ewing, 26 for Clyde Drexler, and the Blazers win Game 1 in the finals. All right, checking out Game 2. Hold on. Knicks pull away. All right. How about that? Knicks pulling away. Ewing with 34 and 15, 28 for Duckworth. Wow, Duckworth putting into work. All right. Game 3 in Portland, June 1st, 1993. And the Blazers had the lead for the most part, but now it's a back and forth. Let's check out the last 2 minutes of this game.
Porter against Rivers. Pass to Kersey.
Bam!
They need a big bucket. Jerome Kersey answering the call.
Knicks trail by 4. Rivers survived the lead. Here's Ewing. Baby home. Ewing's got 22.
A timely bucket by Patrick Ewing. His team depends on him to come through in the big moments, and more times than not, he delivers.
Porter finds Drexler. The kick out to Williams. Outside Porter launches a 3. Rebound by Smith. New York's gone 3 of 7 tonight from three-point territory. Both quick passes to Starks. Pass to Ewing.
Drawing the foul.
Second, and that narrows the gap to 1. Here's Porter.
See if the Knicks can get a stop here.
They'll take their time here.
Yeah, every second that ticks away plays to their advantage.
Now here's Williams. Drexler outside. 6 on the shot clock. It's good.
Okay, 3-point lead for the Blazers.
Right there.
Big time shot for sure. It's got to help his confidence as well as his team's.
The Knicks call time. What do you think Coach's focus is going to be here?
I think if they leave the three-point shot open, you take it, but it may be safer and wiser to get a quick 2 and then foul.
Well put, but they shouldn't force something up here. You have to be smart.
Starts the best to Ewing.
Nice pass.
So Ewing goes
Big
for the
foul.
bucket. Trust Patrick to give his all when his team needs him the most.
Intentional foul. Another one goes, so they're getting better.
That's a good play. I mean, fouling there in hopes of staying alive. That's the way
They need every second they can get.
All right.
Do whatever they
Let's see if Porter misses any of these free throws. Either way, you know, Starks, I could see him going for the game-tying 3.
And so he drops them both. It's a 3-point game.
delivering big time at the line. They're now up 3 with not much time left on the clock. What a performance.
The Knicks call time. And what's their best move at this point?
I think if they leave the three-point shot open, you take it, but it may be safer and wiser to get a quick 2 and then foul.
Well put, but they shouldn't force something up here. You have to be smart.
Here's Starks.
Ooh, nope.
Misses the trail. And here's the foul.
All right. 19 for Porter, 27 for Starks. Two-one series lead for the Blazers. See if they can build on that series lead here, but it looks like the Knicks, well, for a little while they were doing good. Could be another close one down the stretch. Or will it be? Nope, it won't. Knicks do tie it. Thanks to 33 and 17 for Patrick Ewing. Game 5, Madison Square Garden. Can the Blazers take care of business here? So far, they are. Knicks can't quite catch up. Okay, 3-2 series lead now for the Trailblazers. Let's check out Game 6. All right, 106-103, Game 6. Blazers, if they win the title. And we'll actually get to see a celebration.
Now the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Trailblazers.
You know, all game long, they've imposed their will on the interior, scoring a lot of points in the painted area.
And following that, the number of second-chance buckets they've tallied has been superb, showing no mercy in hitting the offensive boards.
And Kersey drops both of them.
And, you know, Kersey is a really solid offensive player, but where he really makes his mark is as a lockdown defender.
Rivers passes to Ewing. And he banks into left.
Nice basket there for Patrick Ewing.
Well, this team relies on and leans into Ewing to deliver in big moments. Not letting him down there. No sirree. Patrick getting it done.
Now here's Drexler.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Pass to Kersey. Shot clock at 5. Portland needs to get off a shot. A 3 from Drexler. The next.
No good for Drexler.
Starks has got 4 rebounds in this game.
No good, Ewing.
And indeed, that's super lucky he was right in that one.
Pass to Kersey. That's it down from 11. Back to Drexler.
Drexler for 3. No.
Goes to the Knicks.
Great shooters rarely miss open looks like that.
Can't bank on that moving forward. They need to cover better from here on out.
Portland against Rivers. Smith with a steal on Portland.
Can't make a. None of them can make a shot from beyond the arc. Jerome Kersey can't make a shot either. New York with the rebound. Doc Rivers
It's a 3-point game.
spins.
Rivers dishes to
Oakley making the basket off glass.
sensational bucket to bring them within 1.
Not shying away at all. Fearlessly stepping
This is
into
a big
that big
defensive
shot.
sequence for the Knicks here.
Real guts. I think this whole
Okay, get the rebound. Here comes Doc Rivers running the fast break. Ewing calling for the ball in the post. Ewing, don't step out of it.
Blazers gain possession.
the score being so
Okay,
close,
foul.
you never want to see the team just give the ball.
I thought he stepped out of bounds. Wait, did he step out of bounds? He fucking did. Right? I think that's what happened there.
And that's an intentional foul.
This game is really testing my patience.
Just let the other team drain the clock when it's close.
In the finals, to win, the Portland's going to win the championship if this goes their way.
So against them both.
Assuming, let's see. Let's see. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but
The Knicks call time.
we're kind of relying on John Starks to make a 3 here in the clutch, and I'm not, let's say I'm not particularly confident.
Well put. But they shouldn't force something up here. You can be smart.
No good from 3-point territory.
Yeah, that's what I expected. That's about what I expected. Ewing stepping out of bounds is going to help. That's how the Blazers win a championship.
You can't just
And, like,
ball gets past the
that's like the 3rd or 4th time a player stepped out of bounds in this stream. in a crucial moment.
Free throw, no good. A tough break there. New York calls timeout. 5 seconds left in the fourth.
And there's really nothing you could do about that. I guess I got to turn down turnovers. Turnover sliders, I guess.
It's their only chance. And even then, it's a distant one.
All right, we're going to be watching because I want to see the celebration. Here's Starks again. You dummy. Congratulations to the Portland Trail Blazers, the 1993 NBA champions. Man, the Pacific Northwest has had a hell of a ride thus far in the sim. Seattle won it in 92. Portland wins it in 93. Something about this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right, but it's happening. The 90s has gotten off to a weird start in this sim.
The celebration is here, and this place is going crazy.
The Bulls would have won it in 92 if I didn't put Sabonis on the Sonics.
This is one of those moments these players
I have a lot of regrets already in this sim.
and we've enjoyed bringing you every minute of action on 2K Sports. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next season.
This is fun. I hate to. I'm not going to start over. Damn it. It's fine. It's fun. Blazers win. Drexler with the Finals MVP. Now he has as many rings as Michael Jordan. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. All right. It's not that big of a deal. Well, here's my problem, though. Like, can we just take a step back? All right, before we get into the off season, because like it would have just been easier if the Bulls won a championship, because I wouldn't have to feel like I had to like really add some muscle to this Bulls team. A team that should already be dominant. You know what I mean? Like, now I have to, like, make them even better. Like, it'd be one thing if, I don't know, if they were having close battles in the finals. But they lost in the second round, man. This Bulls team? 60-22 Bulls losing to the 47-win Pistons. You know, Michael Jordan, MVP Jordan. And I definitely made some mistakes with the Bulls, with their rotation in the playoffs. I acknowledge that. But yeah, I mean, I got excited about the possibility of retiring Jordan before I started this stream. And I shouldn't have put my hopes on that, because I had to remember that 2K is 2K. But yeah, it just does. It feels like we got to make the Bulls more of a threat, because that's what makes the 90s in the NBA, you know? If they're not a threat, it's like, this isn't the 90s. This isn't the 90s in the NBA, you know? Like, sure, we could have anybody win the championship, right? But, like, it's the 90s Bulls. Like, if they're not an actual threat, what the fuck are we doing here, you know? What is this? So, yeah, I have to try to make them better. And let's see here. Bill Cartwright has another year left on his deal. Like, these guys are gone. Goodbye. If you were the Bulls in this situation, you lose in round 2. Okay? Cartwright's gone. And, like, I tried fixing his numbers. I tried fixing his tendencies. It's not his fault that 2K has no respect for him. Look before this before the sim started, this guy averaged around 50% from the field, and as soon as the sim started, he couldn't get to 40%, barely 35% from the field. Free throw percentage, you know, not this bad anyway. 55%? It doesn't make any sense, man. I don't like it. But yeah, I mean, if he's going to be this bad in 2K, despite me trying to help him not be that bad, look at it. Like under the basket, 40%, right? Close to the basket, terrible. Just pretty much everywhere, terrible. And I tried fixing him. It didn't matter, you know. I tried fixing his tendencies. I tried like not. I had to put his tendencies, his shot tendencies and touch tendencies way down because it was impacting the Bulls. Same thing with Will Perdue, who yeah, not much better. Look, not good. 33% from the field. You know? Like what the hell? Even John Paxson, he did better in the playoffs. This is like kind of normal, around 40%. I'll give you that. Uh, Buechler did okay the playoffs ish. Kukoc is fine. Horace Grant got his act together, right? Terry Davis. But yeah, I think the main problem is the center rotation. So that's going to need fixing. And it's not going to be easy to fix because uh, it's just not going to be easy to fix, man. You have to think about like, first of all, these guys are under a contract, so it'd have to be in a trade. Can they trade for somebody? Who's even out there? Roy Tarpley? Would the Sixers want to do that even? Probably not, right? We have to figure out like a realistic scenario here. How and like because Dennis Rodman's going to be a free agent, but they can't afford him. They can't afford him at this point. Horace Grant, and Horace Grant's already here, and Horace Grant's fine, man. Horace Grant's fine. And I think his numbers, I think I can make him be back to where he was, which was an over 50% field goal percentage shooter, scorer. That's what he was. And he's a solid finisher around the rim. He has some nice spots in the mid range, really just not one spot. But I feel like Horace Grant's fine, and I think I can fix him and make him even better to get his numbers back to here. I feel like Cartwright, I tried, and there's just no fixing him. But Jordan and Pippen, Kukoc. I mean, honestly, Kukoc at power forward. I mean, that's kind of a rough. You can't really do that though. Kukoc at power forward and Horace Grant at center. That make them undersized in an era where you can't be undersized. I mean, if you look at the team who made the finals, the Knicks, you know, they had Ewing, Oakley, Mason, Charles Smith, Xavier McDaniel, just bruisers. Absolute bruisers from small forward all the way up to center. And like the Blazers, like you just can't have finessed. You can't have finesse kind of players in those spots. Duckworth, Benjamin, Buck Williams, Jerome Kersey. Like these guys are bruiser type players. You can't put Kukoc at power forward. You can't guard other power forwards in this league. So that's kind of that's what makes it difficult. But yeah. So I don't know. I think the main thing though is upgrading the center rotation. I think well Boucher's a free agent. Brent Price. I think John Paxson is more or less gone. And BJ Armstrong, I'd give another year or two. He did okay. I think I'd bump up Brent Price. I'd want to see how he looks as the backup point guard. Yeah, maybe I'd give Buechler a chance too, because I really just want to focus on uh, improving the backup center position. Terry Davis did okay, backing up Horace Grant. Is there someone even better that we can find? He's going to be a free agent too, so that's something to think about. I mean, you have to think about what teams would actually be willing to do a deal with the Bulls. I mean, the Celtics are pretty much going to be in rebuild mode, so maybe they would be willing to give up Ed Pinckney, but he's not a starting center. Would the Clippers be willing to give up Olden Polynice? Maybe. Would that be good enough of a solution, for the Bulls' problems? It really just seems like they need a bet. They need. Although, was that really the problem though? Because the Pistons aren't really known for. I mean, yeah, it is kind of a problem if you think about it. Like, who's boxing out Rodman right now, right? You got Horace Grant to a degree, but it just seems like they need stronger front court presence other than Horace Grant. He can't do everything himself. Because Rodman's getting 21 rebounds here, 11 here, 25 here in this victory. So my point is, like, 18 rebounds here. Yeah, my point is, like, when you're facing teams with Ewing and Oakley, with Rodman, you need a stronger front court presence, and that is what the Bulls are lacking right now. So, they need a starting center. I mean, Polynice might be the guy. Could be a good center to have via trade. That's something that we can look into. The Hawks, I don't know what the Hawks are going to be doing at this point. Kevin Willis is going to be a free agent, but I feel like he's going to be too costly. This team, I mean, this Bulls team already has Pippen and Jordan and Horace Grant on their payroll, so like you have to kind of make improvements in the margins. There's Antonio Davis, but I want a guy who, like, what is with these centers, dudes, anybody out there? Like, so many of these centers in 2K are like having like, it'd be nice to have Isaac Austin on the Bulls team, averaging 51%. And he's maybe a free agent. I don't know if that's actually, is he a free agent or a restricted free agent. But that would be if he's really unrestricted, that'd be a guy to go after if you're the Bulls, Isaac Austin, because he's 23 years old. Could be a better inside defender, but he's a good rebounder. He could be a nice partner with Horace Grant. Let's see, who else? Divac is going to be a free agent. I don't really know if that is the answer. Or Perkins or AC Green. Brad Daugherty, do you try to make a trade? No, he makes too much money. Doesn't work. Catledge does okay. Around 45% from the field. Like, there's just not enough players who average 50% from the field shooting. That's kind of what I'm struggling with, right? With this sim, is that so many big men can't score around the rim. Sam Bowie, look at this. No, you can't do Sam Bowie. Don't Dudley forget about it. Stacey King did pretty solid, and they got rid of him. The Bulls did. Yeah, I'm struggling here. I think the Luke Longley, there's no way, and he didn't even do that great. on the Pacers. So that's like kind of big nothing there. Ellison. There aren't that many options. There really aren't. Felton Spencer. No. Yeah, man, it's Buck Williams, who's 33 already, and he didn't have a great season. Like, what the hell, dude? What? How? How is he ever? It just doesn't make any sense. Tyrone Hill. Tyrone Hill also not doing well. It's really a problem in this with this sim. It makes it hard to build teams. You know, because you think you're putting a good center on a team, and man, there's really not much out there. Tarpley. Here's the thing, like, I don't know. I was just gonna say, like, why would the Sixers give up Tarpley to the Bulls? You know, and like, I don't really know if that's a much of an improvement. It's just like they can't. There just aren't that many like low usage centers that I can find that could be a good enough replace. I mean, this is just terrible. Like, it's better than this, you know. And then I guess we can see what comes up in the draft too. John Sally had a terrible postseason. Pinckney. Yeah, you know, I think if I were to, like, my thoughts right now, if I were to try this, it'd be like getting Olden Polynice in a trade, because I think the Clippers are gonna fall apart this year. The Clippers are really gonna fall apart this year, because well, Manning's still here, but Mark Jackson's a free agent, and they declined big time this season. Um, yeah, so I can see some changes going on here with the Clippers, but I could see maybe doing a deal because Olden Polynice was traded to the Pistons in real life before the '93 season, so I can see the Clippers dealing Olden Polynice to be the starting center for the Bulls, and then maybe they can get Isaac Austin. Uh, Although he's a restricted free, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they can steal him from the Jazz. That that would be a much better scenario for the Bulls than what they have right now. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, and we can go over other teams after the draft. But that's just it's something I have to worry about, because the Bulls, Jordan only has one championship so far, and yeah, okay. Let's keep it going. Too much complaining by me. Look at the retirements. Okay, so man, okay. Robert Parrish, Walter Davis, Vinnie Johnson, James Donaldson, Bill Embiid, Gerald Henderson, Bob McAdoo, Danny Ainge, which, yeah, okay. I'll let him go. Rory Sparrow, Trent Tucker, Alex English, Daryl Dawkins, Clement Johnson, George Johnson, John Long, Alan Level, Darwin Cook, some of these guys who I know back from my old sim, Rick Mahorn, Kelly Tripica, Rory White, Peter Goodmanson. Anyone else? Spencer Tatum, Eddie Houston. Anybody down here? No. Bunch of old guys. Yeah, these are all 40 overalls. Okay. Okay. Staff retirement, Hall of Fame inductees. Only Robert Parrish. There are some big names in that retirement list. Only Robert Parrish is going to be a Hall of Famer. Walter Davis, 6-time All-Star. I guess that's all. But I guess that. Oh, Alex English. What about Alex English? Wow. Alex English is definitely a Hall of Famer, and he doesn't have any his fucking resume. I'm already not liking 40. The 40-year sim 2.0 is not. I'm not liking it so far. No one even cares. Fuck this shit. I don't know, man. Still trying to figure out if this is worth the effort. If I can't get retired Jordan, like, is it really worth it? There's no one even fucking here. Which I understand. Whatever, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. Is this worth it? Am I doing everything right? I don't know. I just feel kind of dumb doing this right now. Like, my 40-year sim was so good. I'm happy with how that turned out. 2.0, I thought it'd be fun to relive the 90s again and get to the 2020s at some point, but man, um, I don't know. I'm getting frustrated with this fucking 2K. It's getting a little frustrating working with the NBA 2K to get to make it work for me. Uh, it's fine. It's fine. All right, let's go to the draft lottery. Rockets keep the 11th pick. Meanwhile, the Hawks will not get the 10th pick. Oh, they leapfrog until at the top 5 or top 3. That's kind of crazy, actually. Miami Heat gets the 9th pick. Pacers move to the top 3. Okay. This is kind of nuts. The Nuggets, 8. I feel like I should just embrace the weirdness. This is turning into a weird sim. Maybe I should embrace it. Long term though, I don't know how fun it'll be after a while if it gets really weird really fast. Bullets though, 7th pick. You know what else it is? It's like I think in the 80s when I was doing the original 40-year sim, see Bucks 6th pick. Like I wasn't too familiar with the 80s. Obviously, I knew that Magic and Bird dominated the decade and stuff like that. And we also had like Charles Barkley and the Mavericks. The Mavericks like won championships or won one championship, but it made sense they did because they had such a stacked team. Anyway, Warriors top 5. But my point is like I know the 90s way more, so I guess it. I think I just need to embrace the fact that things are going to be different. Things are going to be different, and that's okay. You know, just gotta deal with it. Pacers, top 3 pick. Timberwolves and Hawks. The Timberwolves will select. No, the Hawks will get the number 2 pick, which means the Wolves get the number 1 pick. They might get Chris Webber. That's fun for the Wolves. I've never seen the Wolves get the first pick before in this sim, or in any sim. Wow. Timberwolves, good. Congratulations. Chris Webber is a huge get. I know they had LaFonso Ellis. Maybe they picked Penny Hardaway because they already have LaFonso Ellis. I don't know. I'm gonna let the CPU decide because Penny Hardaway would be nice for the Wolves too. All right. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Timberwolves will select Chris Webber. Okay, I like the choice. The Hawks. Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway and Dominique Wilkins. Interesting. Nick Van Exel going to the Pacers. That's a good pick, too. Vin Baker going to the Mavericks. Golden State Warriors selecting Calvert Chaney. Milwaukee Bucks taking Jamal Mashburn. Okay. Over there with Alonzo Mourning. Sean Bradley to the Bullets. Feels like the a pick they would make. Nuggets taking Isaiah Ryder. Okay. Miami Heat selecting Allen Houston. That's a good pickup too. Orlando Magic, Rodney Rogers. Houston Rockets taking Brian Russell. Nice. Cavaliers, Chris Mills, who they got in real life. Okay. Boston Celtics taking George Mirasan. And you got Nets with back-to-back picks, George Lynch. And then the 15th pick, Spencer Dunstan. John Best to the Clippers. Bullets another pick, Lindsey Hunter. Not bad. Not bad. Sixers taking Terry DeHeer. Pistons, Irvin Johnson. Not a bad replacement for Bill Laimbeer. Lucius Harris going to the Spurs. Hornets taking Conrad McRae. Okay. Not much thoughts about that one. Sonics taking Alex Holcomb. Sam Cassell going to the Magic. Not bad. Not bad there. Bulls taking AC Earl. I don't know much about him, but yeah. Jazz taking Bruce Bowen. Okay. Very interesting. James Robinson going to the Sixers. Blazers taking Bobby Hurley. That's the end of the first round. Second round. Let's see if there's any hidden gems. Greg Guy going to the Mavs. Scott Burrell going to the Wolves. That's good too. That's a good pickup. Mitchell Butler going to the Warriors. Warriors kind of whiffed big time overall. Mavericks taking Sharon Mills. Bullets, Bill Edwards. They have another pick too. Chris Whitney. Miami Heat taking Eric Riley. Orlando Magic taking Ashraf Amaya. Greg Graham going to the Pacers. But I do like Nick Van Exel going to the Pacers. Skeeter Henry to the Rockets. Stanley Jackson to the Nuggets. Bo Atlaw to the Bucks. He fell quite a bit. Bullets taking Corey Blount. Kings taking Leonard White. Seattle Supersonics taking Thomas Hill. Bullets taking Adonis Jordan. And then Josh Grant to the Suns. I don't know. Is there anybody else down here? Doug Edwards to the Cavs. Todd Munt to the Bullets. Alfonso Ford to the Spurs. The Kings selecting Evers Burns. Pacers taking Mark Buford. Chris Gent to the Nuggets. Clippers taking Mike Peplowski. Supersonics taking Richard Petruska. Jazz with Reggie Jordan. And the Lakers taking Warren Kidd. All right. All right, but some interesting pickups. Weber. This kind of excites me, actually. This made me happy. Because Penny Hardaway to the Hawks is interesting. I think there's a lot. There's. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Nick Vanexus to the Pacers. I think that's perfect for the Pacers. I'd want him to start right away with Reggie Miller. Um, and yeah, he could make the Pacers good pretty quickly, I think. Vin Baker to the Mavericks. They need somebody, anybody. That helps. Calbert Cheney to the Warriors. Calbert Cheney was an okay role player from the 90s, but I don't know how much of an impact he'll make for the Warriors. Mashburn's good. I think Masher would be nice for Alonzo Mourning and the Bucks. They're gradually making something happen there. Bradley to the Bullets. Sure. Why not? Isaiah Ryder to the Nuggets. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Allen Houston. Yeah, I want to. Okay, let's move on. Rookie signings. Let's just get through this part. Yeah, it's a lot of picks. They don't need all those guys, I guess. Okay. This would be a good place to stop. Okay, let's. All right, it's actually a good thing to. Okay. All right, so the. Actually, no. Let's do it this way. So you had the 76ers. Actually, do I want to do it this way? 46 wins. After being 51-31 last year, 46 wins. This doesn't really work, does it? Because I can't see the contracts. Okay, no, let's not do it this way. So we know the Sixers made it to the playoffs. I'm just gonna have to remember who made the playoffs. All right, you got Dawkins. Got Dawkins and Kerr. You drafted Terry DeHeer. You got and James Robinson. You got Hawkins. Hawkins is a free agent. You got James Worthy for another 2 years. Tracy Murray, who didn't really do all that well. Armin Gilliam is a free agent. So yeah, will Hersey Hawkins come back? You know, first round exit. Hawkins has been there for a couple of years. Is he a restricted free agent? I don't know if he is or not. Probably not. Maybe it's time to rebuild this backcourt if possible. They might just straight up lose Hersey Hawkins altogether. And it's just like James Worthy had such a great season, and he won 46 games. Gilliam is probably gone too, and that's probably the right choice. Now, I feel like Eldon Campbell should start. He should be the starter. He's going to be 25. I think that makes sense. So you have Eldon Campbell starting. And then between Ron Anderson and Gilliam, assuming Gilliam's gone, you're going to have to find a power forward. All right, so that's a hole right there. And you're probably going to have to replace Hersey Hawkins unless he decides to come back. But do you want him back? He's only 26, so it kind of makes sense to bring him back. He had a good season, 20 points per game, so maybe. But it also kind of depends on. They definitely need to make an upgrade at point guard, I would say. So, yeah, some upgrades are needed. They have to address the power forward position. And overall, I mean, Anthony Peeler, they do have Anthony Peeler. You could argue, maybe Peeler deserves a chance to start, right? Maybe. But the problem is with that is you need is he going to be able to replace Hersey Hawkins' scoring, which I don't know about that, right? You need that secondary scorer with James Worthy. So I think Anthony Peeler did fine coming off the bench, but um, have him becoming the Sixers starter might be an issue because like where are you getting your points from? Not Johnny Dawkins, um, not Steve Kerr as much. And it just does. It feels like they need to upgrade their point guard. There's upgrades that need to be made here, but yeah, I think overall the Sixers they would want to continue being a playoff caliber team with James Worthy here. They have 2 more years left with him. He's 32. He was an All-Star. He had one of his best seasons. He had his best season in the pros with the Sixers. So I feel like the Sixers would want to replicate that, and maybe that means bringing back Hersey Hawkins. It might mean that, but then they have to figure out, well, how are we going to fix the point guard position, right? So that's going to be a question moving forward. Um, yeah, and then power forward as well. And I have some ideas, but we'll see. Um, the Bucks, were pretty bad as you would expect. Eric Murdoch, young point guard, didn't quite knock it out of the park there. Blue Edwards is fine. They got Sealy and Mashburn. Obviously, Mashburn didn't do anything yet. He just got drafted. But, yeah, this could be interesting. I would think because Blue Edwards has another year left, I think that you would just kind of have Mashburn in the rotation or be the starter. Sealy would be bumped down to coming off the bench. And then you have Brikowski and Scott Williams. Brikowski's gone, actually. Yeah. Bo Outlaw could be in the rotation, possibly. Alonzo Mourning. Yeah. I mean, they're gradually getting better. We'll see about, whether or not they want to address the point guard position or if they want to keep Eric Murdoch. Wasn't too impressive as a point guard last season or this past season with them. So, yeah, and you want to make sure because you got Mashburn here and you got Mourning here, and they got a lot of potential as scorers. And so you'd want a playmaking point guard. That would be an upgrade over Eric Murdoch. So yeah, there's we'll see, because I would still say the Bucks are a rebuilding, developing team. I don't think they're quite ready to compete, and seriously compete yet. So it depends. Depends on what kind of who's available, who's out there. But I would still put them in the development type of team. So if they were to upgrade Eric Murdoch, it'd be hopefully somebody young or somebody that fits their timeline a bit. And then Edwards is here for another year. Or it just might make sense to just play out another season with this crew, without having to change too much. Have another quote unquote bad season and see if you can get like Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd is in the '94 draft, so if you can get Jason Kidd to pair with Mashburn and Alonzo Mourning, it might be worth the wait. So, with the Bullets, so now they have Lindsey Hunter, Lindsey Hunter was a starter, wasn't he? In real life, I can't Google anything, but they got some interesting guys now. Got Scotty Brooks, who didn't have the best season with the Bullets, admittedly. You got Lindsey Hunter. You got Harold Miner. And you got Tim Legler. Harvey Grant's gone. John Williams is gone. You don't want to bring those guys back anyway. Terry Mills and Gugliotta. I feel like you have to pick between one of these two. So one of these two is going to be traded. I think you'd want to keep Gugliotta and deal Mills. And Mills should be scoring way. He's much better than this. It's bullshit that his stats are that bad. And I think you also have this situation here. PJ Brown, who was solid. You got Sean Bradley, but like you kind of have to start Sean Bradley, 7'6". You can't just have him come off the bench. And you have Gugliotta. I mean, theoretically, you could put Gugliotta at the small forward and move PJ Brown to power forward, Sean Bradley to center. Obviously, that's something you could do. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. You could try it, you know. So it'd be like Bradley, PJ Brown at power forward, Gugliotta to small forward, and then I guess Minor and Robinson for another year. But you also have this interesting Scott Brooks, Lindsey Hunter situation here. You know, do you want to keep Scott Brooks? Do you want to deal him and have Lindsey Hunter be the young point guard developing behind Ramil Robinson? So, yeah. Minor and Legler, it's pretty straightforward. That's the shooting guard rotation. We'll make sure Legler is better next year. But yeah, so I mean, they still be pretty. They wouldn't be that great, but they would still. I feel like they could step forward, right? I don't want to do anything too crazy with them because I feel like they're still fairly young. They're kind of like the Bucks in that way. They're young, they're developing, and I just kind of want to, you know, keep things relatively where they're at, you know, and hopefully we see some improvements because there was some positives here with this team. PJ Brown, like I said, and Gugliotta. The guard play could have been better though, so hopefully we can fix that. Hopefully they can fix that themselves. But that's the Bullets. We already talked about the Bulls. We got to improve the center position. I already kind of talked about what that would entail. So Cartwright and Purdue are gone. It's over for those guys. Grant is fine. Terry Davis is a free agent, so we'll see if we can also upgrade the power forward position, at least the backup power forward, with guys who you don't have to fix too much to get them to be solid offensive performers, let alone defense. And then yeah, I think I want to bring up Brent Price. I want him to become the backup point guard now. He should be a good shooter. Yeah, good shooting and all that. Coming off the bench. Bushler, I don't know. I don't know about him, but Pippen and Kukoc are fine. Yeah, it's just front court that needs fixing mainly. So we'll look into that. We'll see about everything else, but that's the main focus there. Cavaliers. So Mark Price is here for one more year. You got Terrell Brandon as well. Craig Elo. This team barely made the playoffs. Bobby Phils. It's about time for him to start getting minutes. Reggie Williams is on his way out, maybe, or maybe he comes back. I don't know yet. Chris Mills might just. He doesn't really slot in, does he? They might re-sign Reggie Williams. Danny Ferry re-sign. I don't even know how that happened. That's a big contract for him too. What the hell? I kind of want Chris Mills to fill in for Danny Ferry, backing him up. Yeah, it's got Larry Nance as a free agent. Hot Rod is on a one year deal, or he's here for one more year. Got Jason Williams. Yeah, I don't know if he's quite ready to start yet, right? Not quite. Well, I mean, it also depends on what the Cavaliers are trying to do. You know, I think they'd want to give it one more year with Mark Price. I think, because it's kind of easier than trying to, you know, embracing a complete rebuild. But it's tough because it's like, okay, if you're going to keep Mark Price, then what's the plan? You going to re-sign Larry Nance, 34-year-old Larry Nance? I don't know about that, right? So there's definitely some questions here. The Cavaliers have to ask themselves whether or not they want to keep Mark Price. It might make more sense to trade him because you have Terrell Brandon right here. He's going to be a free agent after this season. You want to re-sign him, um, and so I think a youth movement is in order, is what I would say. Reggie Williams might be gone. Larry Nance might be gone. They might trade Howard Williams. Maybe Howard Williams goes to the Bulls. I don't know about that though. J.C. Williams would start then. I don't know. Could be interesting. So that's something to think about. The Celtics. They have D Brown. They got Sherman Douglas. They're going to be back next year. Almost certainly. They're young and all that. Reggie Lewis should be traded. So that's going to be something that we're going to be doing because he needs to go. He had a great season. He was fantastic, but this team is declining while he is on the rise. So Larry Bird, his numbers were worse. I mean, let's just face it. McHale, these guys are all declining, and Parrish is gone. George Murasan is like taking his place as starting center, and I know he's going to be like his percentages are going to be so bad too. You got Pinckney. So yeah, I just think that it's very likely that they trade Reggie Lewis and try to get some assets in return. So that's pretty much how it's going to go, and everything else will kind of just the chips will fall as they may. As, okay, so the Clippers, Mark Jackson could be a goner. Um, they got some younger guys here, Lee Mayberry, but not really a guy you'd want to have take place. Ron Harper, if Mark Jackson's gone, maybe they deal Ron Harper somewhere. Depends on if they can replace. I could see the Clippers trading for Mark Price. Honestly, Mark Price and Ron Harper would be a really interesting backcourt. Um, it is kind of because they did a whole big three team trade just to get Mark Jackson. He's leaving. They're going to do another trade for a point guard. Um, I don't know about that, but yeah, they still have Danny Manning though for 2 more years. There's just a lot of questions here, man. They could go for like Hot Rod Williams and Mark Price. I don't know. There's a lot of different things you could do. But they were a bad team, and Mark Jackson probably would want to go. He'd probably want to go somewhere else. To where? I'm not sure yet, but he had a decent enough season. Um, yeah, so it's possible he's probably going to leave. And then they'll have to figure out what to do at the point guard position. Let me get rid of the Graham brothers. The Graham brothers have not been good on anywhere. So here's an interesting situation. Penny Hardaway. Now Penny Hardaway, I feel like has to be the starting point guard. You get Penny Hardaway, you're dealing Michael Adams. So Michael Adams is available officially, because then you can have Hardaway and Stacey Ogman, and oh my God, the size is crazy already. Dominic Wilkins is 34, and you could give it a shot one more year with Dominic Wilkins, right? Could be a lot of fun to have Penny Hardaway and Dominic Wilkins play off each other. Kevin Willis, though, is probably going to be gone. We'll see. And their center rotation has never been great. Mike Brown, that had to resign, Konkak is just not doing it over there. Volkov. So yeah, I mean they could re-sign Kevin Willis, maybe, but yeah, there's just a lot of there's just I don't know. It might be time to embrace youth in Atlanta. You know, you have Penny Hardaway. Maybe you deal Michael Adams, you deal Dominique Wilkins, and I'm sure there are teams that it could be interesting to see where they could go and what they can get in return. Because you can have Penny Hardaway and Stacey Ogman. That'd be a hell of a backcourt. Uh, Ogman's a great defender. Um, the only problem with that is then like they I don't know. I guess it depends on what kind of return you get. That's pretty much what it is. But I could see them kind of like reloading, rebuilding quickly, and still being pretty good while rebuilding. And plus, in real life, they do trade Dominique Wilkins this season, and it makes sense. It would make sense to do it because they missed the playoffs. They missed the playoffs in this sim, um, and so Dominique Wilkins is 34 years old, and Kevin Willis is probably gone. So yeah, it might make sense to just embrace the youth and just completely change course. Because they did another year with Michael Adams and Dominic Wilkins, and it just didn't work out at all. They missed the playoffs entirely. So, but now you have Penny Hardaway. You know, the future is right there. The future is as clear as ever. Penny Hardaway is your future, and it's time to, you know, I think it's time for the Hawks to rebuild around Penny Hardaway, like right away. You know, um, the Heat got Allen Houston, right? They have Steve Smith here. They got Glenn Rice. A lot of interesting players. Their front court, for the most part, might have to rebuild. They might re-sign some of these guys. Grant Long had a big decline of a year. Didn't do too great. Bimbo Coles, Brian Shaw. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of point guards out there that might be available that they might want to go for. Mark Price might be a player they might want to go for. Although is he? You know, they might want to stay with the youth here. But I don't know. There's different avenues here that they can go. Whether it's to stay with this stay with this general group of guys or whatever the fuck. I don't know. But yeah, the Heat are definitely going to be uh, you know, an interesting team to watch. What moves they make. They're kind of in a weird spot, actually. They got 27-year-old Glenn Rice, um, and everybody else is a little bit younger than that. I don't know. They're kind of all over the place. I don't really know. I'm not quite sure what to do with them just yet. They're just kind of like, they got a lot of great guards, a lot of great shooters, and not much else. Cycly's okay. So yeah, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure what to do with the Heat yet. Not sure where they're going. They regressed in the '93 season, and Steve Smith is like his numbers aren't as good as they should be. Um, and Glenn Rice also underperformed. So yeah, definitely some questions there. The Hornets had a great year. Um, 52 wins, but they lost to the Nets in the first round. You got Gill here. Jim Jackson was fantastic. Larry Johnson, of course. J.R. Reed, I'd keep him. They look fine. I mean, Kaminsky probably can come back. Yeah, their bench was fine. And, yeah. Do you bring back Muggsy Bogues? Maybe. We'll see. The Jazz, Stockton, Humphreys is probably gone, but we'll see. I mean, the point guard market, there's going to be a lot of teams looking for point guards in this market. Jeff Malone likely back, maybe. I don't know. Robertson, Corbin, Benoit, Bruce Bowen, who's going to be pretty much a reserve for a while. Doesn't really pop off yet. Then you got Raja, and you got Carmelone. Isaac Austin might not come back. We'll see. So yeah, there's definitely some questions here. They might not be able to keep they keep Robertson though, but they might have a tough time trying to keep J. Humphries and stuff. Kings. So look, they got Blaylock, they got Richmond, they got Simmons, they got Tisdale, and obviously they got Shaq. I think what the Kings have to do is really, really focus on the bench, really improving the bench in a big way, because they got the starters. The starters are fine. They're all like Blaylock and Richmond are here for another year. I think like if they have a really solid season, solid enough season, they probably re-sign those guys almost certainly. Um, but it's really just about having a good enough rotation, good enough backups behind those starters, and that's the difference between being a 39 win team and being like maybe 47, 48 wins, maybe even more than that. This is a team that has a lot of potential. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that shakes out. The Knicks made it to the finals. Probably would just run it back. Blackman's probably gone. Maybe. Got John Starks. Sarah McDaniel really didn't stay with the Knicks that long. I think he only stayed for a year, so I might move him just because it's not. He wasn't a mainstay in New York. But Oakley and Mason should be around another year. Ewing needs a good backup behind him. But yeah, overall, this is a solid team. In real life, they traded for Derek Harper, and we might do that again. We might. Doc Rivers and Derek Harper rotation would be kind of fun. Lakers, definitely disappointed that they couldn't make it to the finals. Magic Johnson, Threet, Byron Scott. I mean, this team was fine. They just underperformed in the playoffs. Do they re-sign Vlade Divac? They might. Yeah. I mean, I think you just run it back. They won 62 games, right? Or 62 games. They might just run it back, and just try to improve here and there, wherever they can improve on. Do that. The Magic. Scott Skiles was. I hate to do this to Scott Skiles, but I don't know, man. It's just feels like they need someone better at point guard. But Scott Skiles is pretty solid, though. They got Sam Cassell, who's not ready yet, though. He's not ready to take over as starter. Got Nick Anderson, Dennis Scott, Catledge maybe comes back. Robert Ory might be ready to start. Maybe Catledge you let him go and Robert Ory is a starter. And then you have Doherty here still. So yeah, Doherty, Ory, Scott, Nick Anderson, and we'll see if the Scott Skiles stays or if they try to find a way to improve the point guard position. Maybe they go after Michael Adams, a solid veteran, or something like that. I could see that. And then you have Scott Skiles backing up Penny Hardaway. I could see that. Mavericks. Yeah, Derek Harper has to go. He can't stay here anymore. Fat Lever doesn't really matter. Because like this team sucks and he sucks too, at this point in his career. So it doesn't really matter where he goes. McRae, probably deal with him too. You got Vin Baker here. You want him to start. Although Vin Baker and Michael Cage might be a nice rotation to have. And Rooks and Baker. Their front court's okay. But Harper has to go because, he's still kind of valuable Might be able to get something back from him, and I think I'm pretty. I think I feel good about him going to the Knicks. So we'll see how that shakes out. Kenny Anderson, really great season with the Nets, and Spud Webb was pretty solid backing him up. I might bring him back to the Nets, but again, though, it's a lot of teams are going to be looking for point guards, so we'll see. Petrovic, I don't know why he's outraged, but I have no reason to move him. Tate George did okay. Small forward is a big concern. They need to address the small forward position. Derek Coleman, solid. Bowie, okay. Get rid of Dudley. Elmore Spencer should get more minutes. Yeah, I mean, just some improvements here and there, but yeah, they got reasons to be excited. Maybe they try to sign Reggie Williams, somebody like that, or maybe they go after Dominique Wilkins. That'd be interesting. Nuggets, so they're a fun young team here. You got Abdul Ralph. You got Isaiah. So you got Abdul Ralph and a really solid Winston Garland, who you probably bring back. Backing up Abdul Ralph. Ryder and Christie's a fun young couple of shooting guards. Might just get rid of Mark Macon. Because these guys can shoot. All these guys can shoot. Abdul Ralph, Ryder, and Christie. You also got Doug Wesley, or David Wesley, I mean, who might want to keep around. Might as well. And then you have, you could also move Doug Christie to small forward, maybe. Or Isaiah Ryder to small forward for that matter, maybe. I don't know. Liberty, Mike Sanders, Chris Gent, Greg Anderson. Yeah. This Nuggets team is like a move or two away from being really damn good young team. So, yeah, they might be aggressive. Maybe they get Reggie Williams back. Maybe Reggie Williams comes back to the Nuggets because he'd be a nice fit on this team. So yeah, I think I like where this is going with the Nuggets here. Pacers. So yeah, I'm excited about Nick Van Exel being here. Maybe they deal with Pooh. Or maybe Van Exel. Yeah, I don't know. Pooh is like not. Oh, he had some nice assists though. Numbers, I mean, nice assist numbers. So yeah, I think I just might make it that Nick Van Exel is the starter and Pooh is the backup, or maybe I deal with Pooh. I don't know. I'm gonna have to deal with Pooh either way. Yeah, maybe they deal with Schrempf like they did in real life. You got Walt Williams here. Dale Davis should be better this year than he was last year. Rick Smits, I think he also should be better. Longley, yeah. We'll see about the Pacers. I think they're okay. They're in an okay spot. Might make some fixes here and there. The Pistons, interesting. Made the conference finals. Almost certainly going to bring back Isaiah Thomas. And Darrell Armstrong will stick around as their backup point. You got Dumars, Darrell Walker, who is declining though. Latrell Sprewell, of course. You got to get rid of Mark Aguirre. He's no longer that good. Maybe Woolridge too, or maybe keep him and get rid of him. I think Dennis Rodman's gone. Rodman's gone. That's just how it is. And they're going to be struggling to replace him. But, Rockets. So the Rockets, I mean, you don't have to remember. You should know. The Rockets won the championship in real life in '94, but we're already so far gone from real life at this point that I'm not even sure what's going to happen. But you got Kenny Smith, you got Tony Smith, who was okay, I guess. Vernon Maxwell did okay. Mario Elie. Dale Ellis is a free agent. Got Brian Russell, who's a good defender. Could he just slot in for him instead of Dale Ellis? Maybe. Um, got Otis Thorpe, and you got Hakeem Olajuwon. Although Brian Russell could be a good start into making a. Oh man, look, Ellie and Maxwell are all free agents. Um, yeah, I wanted to trade for. I was thinking Reggie Lewis would go to the Rockets, and he might. He might. Maybe we trade Brian Russell to the Celtics and a couple of picks, something like that. But yeah, because even though like Maxwell is fine, and obviously in real life Maxwell made it to one of the finals with the Rockets, but I don't know if that's going to happen in this particular version of the league. I don't know if that's enough. Rod Strickland is a free agent, so he's going to be available. Got Avery Johnson, might take his place. Ricky Pierce was solid, probably stays. Sean Elliott should be a better three-point shooter. Not this bad. Never. Just what the fuck, man. Terry Cummings, might try to bring Dennis Rodman to the Spurs, in which case Terry Cummings would get dealt. And then you got David Robinson, who they have to resign. The Suns, I think you have to deal Jeff Hornacek and then move Marley to the 2. Sabalas is going to start next year. He has to start. And then everything else kind of follows however it goes. So yeah, but Jeff Hornacek is somebody I'm looking to make a move on, but we'll see what team would make sense for him. The Sonics, solid point guards. Nick McMillan's number is not too great. Rex Chapman was fine last season. Derek McKee. Maybe they make the move for Detlef Schrempf like they did in real life. Might do that. Seems like it would be a okay idea. But yeah, they got to improve their reserves or bench situation, I guess. Though Barros was fine. Barros is fine. McMillan, I don't know. He was struggling a lot last season. You got the Timberwolves. I think almost for certain you got to deal Michael Williams, but it's possible anyway. Doug West, John Barry, Chuck Person, or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't deal Michael Williams because you have, I don't know. Get LaFonso Ellis here, Chris Webber. Maybe Chris Webber's center and LaFonso Ellis is power forward, right? And then maybe you have Chuck Person for another year, Doug West, and Michael Williams sticks around. Like, it's possible. Might be something worth doing. Trailblazers, Porter, they just won a championship. They'll need to get a new shooting guard to back up Drexler. Got Kersey and Robert. Robinson's going to replace Kersey. And then maybe Buck Williams is on the table because they want to put Clarence Weatherspoon there because he had a pretty good season. And then Duckworth and Benjamin, about the same age. But they probably stay where they are. But Buck Williams is available. Yeah, he's available. He had a bad season last year, which I'm not quite sure why. But okay, one more team. The Warriors. So the Warriors are in bad shape. I was actually thinking maybe they go for Jeff Hornacek. What's Hornacek's defense is pretty solid, I guess. Yeah, Hornacek and Tim Hardaway. I don't know. It's a thought. It's just a thought, a possibility. Yeah, they're kind of in a weird spot. They're like, I don't know. They need to do something though, because Tim Hardaway is 26 and Chris Mullins 29. Like, well, you gotta make some sort of move here because this team is kind of going nowhere. And they've been bad. They've been very bad. And then their drafting has been bad too. So they gotta work out something here. It's not working. So maybe they do deal for Jeff Hornacek. You know, maybe the Suns get Marshallonis back and some other young players in a deal like that. Maybe they give Tyrone Hill. I don't know about that, but yeah, there's some thoughts there. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of moves, a lot of possibilities going into next season for these teams. I don't know about any of these guys. None of these guys are really worth re-signing. Oh, Davis, yes. Elmore Spencer, yes. Wesley, yes. Meh. Yes, yes, yes. I gotta go to bed. I'm not gonna do an off-season video or live stream. At this point, I feel like I'm just doing this for myself. There's no one here. So I can't. I don't need to do. I'd rather do it off stream. Yeah. And honestly, I might take a little bit of a breather from this. Not because like it's fine the way it worked out. I am curious to see how this stream or how this sim continues. Sure, I'm disappointed a little bit with how it shook out, but I also think there's some. I think the draft made me feel a little bit better about what I could do. Um, so yeah, I mean there's some positives, there's some negatives, but yeah, I think it could be very interesting. I think there could be some very interesting things that could happen with this sim. So yeah, but I'm not quite sure how to sell it though. You know, and I'm not quite sure how to like build a streaming audience, man. Sometimes people pop up, sometimes they don't. Um, and it's also hard for me to like find a consistent time to stream. So that's another problem. But like I also can't go back to um I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this. Maybe I'm just not a streamer, guys. Maybe I'm just not cut out for YouTube anymore. You know? Or maybe I don't care. Maybe it doesn't really matter. You know? Like as long as I'm having fun with it, it's fine. You know? I think, you know, cuz I had the 4-year sim and I got a little bit of an audience for that. Then I was trying to look at other avenues to do stuff with this channel, but you know, I tried things here and there. But now I'm back doing a 40-year sim, which is like I think maybe is a mistake. Why am I doing this? Why do I want to do it? Why do I want to do this to myself? Like I was gonna try and do like a streamlined, quicker version of the 40-year sim, but the problem for me is that I'm too. I had to have my hands on everything. Like I'm too hands-on. You know, like I wanna. I don't know. I'm too hands-on. You know, if that makes sense. So like I can't just like stream an entire season in like 2 hours. You know, I like to make sure that everything looks right. But it's late. It's late, and I gotta go to bed. But listen, this was it was what it was. I don't know, man. What am I doing? I can't. I don't know. Listen, this might be the last stream for a while. This Yeah, this might be the last stream for a while. I was really debating whether I wanted to stream like a month ago, but then I got this idea to do another 40-year sim. Um, but now I'm 2 years into it, and I guess I forgot how many tweaks and changes that I had to do with the last one, because I did have to do a lot of tweaks with that one, and I kind of forgot about that. Um, but I feel like I've been having to do more tweaks with this one, like way more tweaks and changes. And in some aspects, it's working. Like overall, I think um, last season was a success. The '93 season, I think I did well with some things, but yeah, I think I also like I put too much into like the Bulls doing well. You know, I really I was kind of banking on Jordan retiring. I had a whole thing about that, like would it completely change the league? And like, part of me wants to just put Ron Harper and Dennis Rodman on the Bulls right away and just have them dominate. But at the same time, uh, just I don't know. It's just I don't want to repeat myself. I want to have fun with this. I want to make it different than last time in any way that I can. I guess the Bulls not winning championships is different, so I have to look at it that way. And I mean, there are definitely some interesting storylines. There's interesting possibilities with this one, and yeah, but it's hard for me to stream. You know, it's hard for me to find time to do anything these days. But so yeah, I don't know. I think like I'm not tired or exhausted or anything like that with this, but like I'm thinking about like if I were to keep doing this, I feel like this would get exhausting. And for what? No one's watching. You know, you're not watching. No one's watching this. And I don't. I blame myself. Clearly I'm not doing something right, and I just don't have the time to figure out how to fix it. I try with other things. Um, I don't have time to edit right now. I can't put any videos together. I just wanted to have fun with 2K. That's all I wanted to do. Um, that's all I wanted to do with this. But is this fun? Am I having fun with this? I don't know. So if you're watching this, help me. Help me have fun with this because I'm struggling. No, it's I don't know. I'm talking too much. Um, no, there are definitely. Listen, I'm gonna do the off season off stream. Um, and I think I'm gonna do the regular season while I work because that's the only way I can do that. I don't know. I feel like the way I'm doing this, I'm not gonna get much of an audience, and that's fine. Fuck it. I might do the whole fucking 40-year sim while I work. If I can't do this. I can't fucking do this. Here's what I want. I want to do the sim, but I don't really care about an audience. And yet, when I'm doing a live stream, I kind of want there to be an audience for it if I'm going to be doing it late at night. Um, it might make sense for me to just do it during my work day and just not talk if no one's fucking here. And then maybe at some point down the road I can make videos or something. I don't know, but I don't care anymore. It's like I don't care if I have an audience, but if I have a live stream, it's like who am I talking to right now? Who's this for? No one's here. All right, I'm sorry. I'm whining and bitching, but I'm just trying to. I'm like as I'm going, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with this fucking thing. All right. Thank you very much to anyone who watches, and sorry for my little rant there. And then I don't know. I'll see when I want to stream next, if I ever stream again. Or maybe I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like I thought I could build this channel into something. I thought that I could uh, do more exciting things. I thought I could build off the 40-year sim that I finished because I felt like I had an audience. Now I feel like I've lost it. I feel like maybe I never had an audience. I don't know what I have. I don't know what I have anymore. I have 300 something subscribers, almost 400 subscribers. And where are you guys? Where the fuck are you guys? What the fuck happened to you guys? uh, yeah. I don't know. What the fuck am I doing this for? One person every once in a while pops in, says hello. Great. I don't know. All right, I'm done.